Okay, I hope this thing is in sync. My audio and video. I really hope it's in sync because it's this has been been a lot of fun. Where is my picture? Okay, there it is. I should not be looking at the screen. The reason I say I hope this is in sync is because I have not done a live stream using OBS in a while. It's probably been 9 months. And the last time I did a live stream using OBS, it showed me on the screen live picture and audio, video and audio in sync. Today, when I was looking at it, it came up and it was no longer perfectly in sync. Like if I waved my hand, I would see it live on my screen waving my hand. Today, it didn't do that. Hi there, welcome. You are currently the only person in here. So in a second, actually, let me ask you, am I in sync right now? Audio and video. Because I've had some issues tonight getting this thing in sync. It ended up being the OBS had me, has my picture delayed. My video is delayed about what is it? Let me look at the exact amount. It is about 1,400 milliseconds off, which means that I am totally screwed up when it comes down to trying to get everything in sync. So I had to actually shift my audio, and I would have to do clap tests over and over again, trying to dial in the delay for my picture and my sound, so that way they were in sync. And I think I got it. And then I was like, well, I'm out of time. Time to go live. Let's hope this thing is in sync. Colton. Oh, hey there, Esteban Vergara. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing your name. Esteban Vergara. We have Jin Yoon, first member in the chat. Actually, tonight you weren't. You were, I think, 5th or 6th, because Ping Pong was here before you. Now, I'm going to get into some E100 news. One of the reasons why for the past few weeks you have not seen me shooting from right here, but standing up, is because for whatever reason my CAD Equitech E100 has been acting up. It's been popping and making noises. I've been looking at it, dancing around on my MixPre 6 channel number 4. I'm looking at it, and for whatever reason, it's just nonstop making noise, and I'm watching it like redline. And it would be dead quiet in this room, and I'm looking at it. And so finally one day, curiosity got the best of me, and I decided I was going to PFL listen to it. And wouldn't you know it, it's having all kinds of issues. It's just making a bunch of noise. And so I turned it off for about a day or so, turned it back on. And then, what do you know? After about 10 or 15 minutes, it started doing it again. So I'm probably going to have to, I mean, I could ship it to CAD and get them to fix it, but it is an old microphone. And there are many other supercardioid pattern microphones that I could put up there and retire the CAD Equitech E100. That is at least where I'm looking at, because I could easily do that at this point. I'm thinking about it and looking into what are some supercardioid pattern mics that I might appreciate having in here. Let's play catch up on chat here. We got Halter Technical in here, which is I'm glad Doc is in here, because in a moment I'm going to be getting into something with their new and improved. Well, you'll see in a second. Hopefully, the reason he's here is because it's okay for me to actually do this. I sent him a text message and said, "Hey, I'm thinking about showing your new product live and on the air." And he didn't tell me no. It's not like last night where I tried to do a live stream, and if you watched it, suddenly I start getting text messages and notifications saying, "You're not supposed to do that yet." I misread the document, man. I've been slammed lately. So I go to try to delete the live stream, or I try to change it, try changing the title, try changing all kinds of things, and it's not letting me delete anything. It's not letting me change anything. I can go toggle monetization on and off, but I can't do anything else. Finally, I got so frustrated that I ended up just sitting there for over half an hour. Delete the stream, delete the stream, delete the stream. Finally, it deleted. And at that point, I was in no mental state to actually do the live stream. So I said, I'll push it to tomorrow. And the reason why is one of the reasons I wanted to was because I was hoping that a new thing would be arriving and I'd be able to show it. Well, actually, I got a couple of things. I'll start with one of them first. Let me play catch up here. We have two members. We have Colton and we have American Liberty. If you are not aware, membership is something that I turned on. I'll usually share behind the scenes outtakes and silly things, and I did I shared with members this last week. You saw my video perhaps where I stuck different things to a wall, where you get to see a fail video where I was pretty sure it wasn't going to work, not because of the weight, but because of the shape. Tried sticking it to a wall. It didn't work. And you get to hear my 5-year-old mock me and laugh and make fun of me. And it's okay, Daddy. I'm like, oh, it's okay. Anyway, it was funny. But members are something that is turned on in this channel. We have 4 members right now. Very much appreciate half of them being in this stream right now. Very much appreciate it. Let's see. Hello, but I am a member. Yes, I see what you mean. I'm first member in the stream. I see what you're saying. You're right. I'm mistaken yet again. Just talk to my wife. I'm wrong all the time. It's amazing I have any viewers. Now, what I'm drinking tonight is tonic water. I am the kind of person that just goes straight with the tonic water, and I'm perfectly happy. Hello from Singapore, and love your videos. Thank you. Oh, goody. Another. I'm terrible at pronouncing names, so bear with me. Jinfu Chen. Jinfu Chen. I'm not trying to make fun of you if I mispronounced it. I'm trying. Jinfu Chen. Esteban Vargera. Pronounce that one right. And then, so the E100 is going to go away. Sending you all that sound love all the way from China. Wow, we have someone from China right here. Awesome. I pronounced the name right. That's beautiful. I love it. It's nice. To that, I will gladly have some tonic water. And this is what I am going to be powering down tonight. And I have found that taking ZipFizz straight is wonderful, but putting it in tonic water, oh man, that takes it to a whole new world. Let's just make a mess. Oh yeah. I'm all kinds of messy right now. All right. Why did it censor that? Hello from Chicago. Hello. It's censored it in chat for some reason. Okay. You know what? I'm going to make a few people moderators. I will trust American Liberty, absolutely. I will trust my members, absolutely. And I will trust Ping Pong, absolutely. Okay. These are some names of people that are in my Discord server and members that I know personally, so I very much appreciate them. Now, before I get to the Halter Technical thing, I'm going to mention something that I think is a huge success and I'm very, very happy about. If you were part of my December 30th Epic live stream, which, just a heads up, we will be doing again. It's going to be something else that we're going to do at the end of this year, too. There's 2 things I'm very, very pleased about. Number 1 is YouTube has finally given me the giving tab, which means that I should be able to go through and pick a charity and then designate that charity and all donations going through. American Liberty, you're not going to block everybody. I trust you. There is, but that live stream I did last year, I did not have access to the giving tab just yet because it did not have 10,000 subscribers. Now, as of earlier today, I think I hit 10,800, something like that. So I'm very, very pleased about that. But now I have the giving tab, which means that if I set up a live stream this year, 100% of the donations are going to go straight to the charity. Now, I said last year I was going to do the same exact thing. I was going to send whatever donations were going to go to the charity. However, if you missed a podcast episode or something that I did, I mentioned that there was no way for me to designate it as something for charity. So all the donations that were made directly through YouTube and had 30% of those sent to YouTube, I personally made up for that and paid the billion-dollar company share of those donations so that way the charity would get them. Now, that charity, the Children's Hospital Foundation of Oklahoma, the reason why I chose that charity was because they are 100% transparent with their donations and what they do with them. They're wonderful. Their main dedication is to try to cure like childhood cancer and things like that. So I'm very much 100% on board with that. So I like that. I like their program. The people were great. They've set together a really nice program. And because of COVID last year, they weren't able to do fundraising the way they normally would, which is having, sometimes it would be like a fair or something like that. They would set up donations or allow some sort of a setup someplace and collect donations that way. They weren't able to do that due to COVID. So last year, they lost about 80% of their yearly donations, which is one reason why I thought it was very important to collect donations. Well, we did so well, if you have not heard, that in the 14 and a half, a little bit over, our live stream that we did, we ended up raising about $2,300. And they sent me, it's a calendar, which I should put up there, but I haven't yet. But inside of here, it does have a nice typed out letter here, 2 sound speeds, and it also has inside of there, it also has a handwritten thing at the bottom. So I'm very, very pleased to with this. I am very happy. We'll be doing something like that again, but luckily now we have the giving tab now open. So what I can do is designate it as a live stream for charity, and 100% of the donations will go straight to the charity, and I no longer will have to shell out money out of pocket for that because I wanted every single cent that we raised to go straight to that. So that was a wonderful thing. And I'm glad that because I was looking at that, and if I did not have the tab last year, this year what I was going to end up having to do is not collect donations through YouTube because it was like an extra $300 or $400, whatever it was. I don't remember what it was, on top of what the donation was that I was going to be doing in order to give them the money. So hopefully we'll be able to set up something like that again, and it will be directly through, and YouTube will pay their share this year. Anyway, so let's play catch up on chat before we move on here. Hopefully Doc is still in chat. Let's see. Let's see. You got that right. Okay. Hello from Chicago. You need some gin to go along with that. You know what? I don't drink at all, man. I'm very boring. I don't drink at all. So I don't know if it was the message. It was me, eldest. I don't know what that's in relation to. Hi, Al. Would you use limiter recording in 32-bit float on a sound device's mix pre-recording nature sounds? Have you watched my 32-bit floating point video? I am not a huge fan of it. If you set your levels correctly, it's not usually necessary. The only circumstance I would perhaps consider 32-bit floating point as something that you would need to use for nature sounds is if you were recording something very, very quiet. Like you have your microphone gain set way up loud in order to try to catch something like droplets of water hitting a leaf. And then you start to suspect that there could be thunder in the background, and you don't want to all of a sudden lose your entire recording and have it go to distortion. If in a circumstance like that you wanted to go 32-bit floating point, then maybe. That would only be if the microphone was that close, like my microphone, it was that close to the subject and you were trying to get that sound and you had to gain it way up because you're trying to get like a water droplet landing on a leaf. In that circumstance, then maybe, but for most part, it's not necessary. Just gain stage everything correctly, and it's going to be fun. Don't trust me. I will block everybody. Yes, congrats. Love your avatar gives you away. Hello, all. Hello, Walter. And let's see. It was a worthy cause, but fantastic stream too. I fixed my name. Oh, eldest. There it is. Okay. Great news, Alan. Let YouTube pay. We're good. Hello, Alan. Sound speeds. I won't be able to stay here for 14 hours. Oh, and Kevin still loves crypto. Good. That's good to know. And there is Halter Technical is still here. Podcastage is here. Hello, Sound Speeds. We have 20 people in this stream right now. So last night we were given some crazy lightning, and my gear would hiss every time there was a crack. Yeah. Do you have any kind of a power conditioner or anything like that on your computer or anything that your power source is connected to? If not, you might consider getting something like that. Even power strips and some of the heavier duty ones, they will be rated for up to like $80,000 worth of gear you'll plug into it. So Bandrew could plug his entire studio into one power strip, and if it's struck by lightning, they would have to replace it because that's the insurance policy if you use their strip. So, and that would be pretty amazing if Andrew just plugged his microphones up for no reason, his finest microphones. Thanks for recommending the book Behind the Sound Card. Enjoy it and learning a lot. Yes, it is a wonderful book, and I wish I could tell you something really cool behind the scenes, but I cannot. In time, it will come out. Let's see here. Where's the math between floating point? What's the math between floating point recordings? Please clarify what you mean by that. If it is not something I say in the 32-bit floating point video, which took me a long time to do, I would say that I would say if it's not worth knowing if it's not in that video. That video is so in-depth and detail-wise. You should just watch that video if you have any questions about 32-bit floating point. Some of the stuff in that, I have downloaded my brain and put it into that video, and therefore that part of my brain is now cleared up to do things like remember things. I'm just going to say that, remember things. I don't know. I end up so many times doing like cramming for a test before I present something, because I'm like, there's a few things I need a little bit of refresher about. So I'll go back and watch one of my videos, and I know I can trust what I'm saying. So I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot that. That's right. Oh yeah, that's the reason why I'm remembering that 6-digit number. I couldn't remember why I was remembering that number, but 101,625 was remembered for some reason. Now I remember. And it's kind of cool to go back and watch my videos because I can trust what I say because, you know, I said it. Unless I remember that I'm trolling, like in the Sound Speeds podcast I did. For the record, we sent you a scene monitor with no expectations. What you do with it is totally up to you. Okay, quick question. YouTube member or Patreon, what's the most beneficiary for the channel? I would say probably YouTube. The reason why is because Patreon, half the time I forget to, I basically, when I set the Patreon, I set it up as something that people were telling me that I should set it up. I personally don't really like the whole Patreon system. And the reason why I say that is because it's totally separate. I took away the benefits because nobody in the Patreon interacts at all. They don't like the messages I send. They don't involve themselves at all. So I basically am now looking at the membership through YouTube, and that's where I can also give benefits. I did for a while give a benefit to the Patreon people, which was the live stream archive, and then I put it out there as a question to the Patreons. Does anybody have any objections if I were to turn the live stream archive over to the general viewership? No one responded. So at that point I was like, well, silence is consent. And at that point I scheduled a time and still there was no interaction. So I don't think the Patreon system, I'm pretty sure that if you're a Patreon supporter, you are actually I do appreciate you by all means. But I would say that it makes it more difficult probably for people to interact with me. And it also makes it more difficult for me to share behind the scenes and whatever stuff, because if I set it as an unlisted video, I can't add on the YouTube membership. If I set it on as a YouTube membership thing, the Patreon people can't see it. So I can't upload it twice because YouTube won't like that. So it's like that's the reason why I'm just kind of doing what I'm doing, and mainly doing the benefits through YouTube. And so people like Eldest and American Liberty can get the benefits. As a matter of fact, like Eldest and the rest of the membership and American Liberty, they recently got to see some outtakes from a video. From various different videos, and I'll upload different things of me cutting up and all kinds of things like that. American Liberty actually also, he's one of my top level members, and he asked me a question recently, and I made him a video answering the question and showed a whole bunch of different things and aspects about that. That's one of the benefits of being a top level member. So if that's something that you have in any kind of interest in, there's the membership for you. Let me get through the rest of this chat here, and then we'll get on to the reason why Halter Technical is sitting here in the chat. Your English is wonderful. Early Thor? I'm going to totally botch your name. I should just stop. Who is that texting me? No, it's worth it or not. Andre is sitting here. Why are you texting me? You know you're in my chat. Well, I'm going to turn my phone around so that way you can't. I'm not going to be distracted by it. I refuse to be distracted by your tricksy games. Okay, if it's true, recording with 32-bit float can be turned down and bring back clip recording part of the chain only. Couldn't it be used for April 1st trick? Clip audio intentionally, turn it down later. You could. That is the main benefit to 32-bit floating point, is being able to recover clipping. And once you set your gain, you can very easily adjust it however you'd like to in post. You can bring up low levels. And I think like with the F6, the Zoom F6, I don't recall if you can actually set your gain. I think gain's not even an issue. You don't even have to set a gain. But with the Mix Pre 6, you can set a gain. Now, here's the thing. Your microphone is still going to have a clipping level. Like, it's still going to have a maximum SPL. If you exceed that, it's still going to clip. But if you set your preamp to, like, be extremely sensitive, you're not going to clip the thing. You can always bring your levels back, even if it's distorting your headphones when you record. You can still recover it later. So that's the advantage and disadvantage of 32-bit floating point. It's not going to remove noise floor performance on the microphone. It's not going to suddenly mean that if you set your preamps up really, really high and you have a high noise floor, it's going to recover and lower if you record in 32-bit floating point, because it really is no noise floor in digital. So they'll give you certain benefits like that. I hope I said that right. Anyway, enough about the 32-bit floating point. That was fun. Yo, all worth it just knowing you support the great channel. Thank you so much. Worth it or not, LOL. This is why I wonder if the limiters have any point in 32-bit floating point. There are no limiters in 32-bit floating point. There are no limiters. They are disabled because they do not exist. All right, so I received 2 boxes today. One of them is I'm going to share now. Doc Justice, who is the mastermind behind Halter Technical. I had to open this box earlier because I wanted to make sure there was nothing in there that I should not show in the air. This is what's cool. He made a sticker out of himself. I've told him for years, with a name like Doc Justice, you need to be a superhero. Now he is, and I think that's awesome. And unlike some people who might still be in the chat who are like, stickers, crunch, crunch, crunch. I'm not going to do that. I like stickers. I don't care who says otherwise. They are cool. And I am collecting a bunch of them, and eventually one day I'm probably going to set up a wall full of stickers. Now, here is the scene monitor from Halter Technical. I think if it's my brain playing tricks on me, Doc, please correct me, but I think this is a smaller box than was there for the original scene monitors. I seem to remember the box being a little bit bigger, but I could be mistaken about that. So it looks like a more streamlined box. The same colors. I love the green and I love the black, same as before. 30 millimeter drivers, 20 to 20,000 hertz frequency response, 32 ohm impedance, 117 plus or minus 3 dB, 3.5 foot cable length, and 3.5 millimeter connector. For complete warranty information, the box looks great. I like the simple packaging. It's not trying to distract you. It looks very, very well put together, very easy. Now, I know you've heard me say many times before that I hate headphone reviews. The reason why is because I cannot share the experience. If I review a microphone, I can talk into that thing. You're going to hear exactly how it sounds when you listen with your headphones, earbuds, or even on your phone. You can hear how that is going to sound. What I don't like about reviewing headphones, though, is you cannot share the headphone experience. If I know there's some channels that are like, I'm going to make sure that I virtually do it and set it so you can hear. The thing is, though, if I'm listening on crappy $1 earbuds and you're listening to the best headphones on the market, you could put a microphone up to that. You're still going to have coloration. It's still going to not sound the same in my earbuds because they do not have the quality. It would be the equivalent of you saying, here is fresh spring water, and I'm going to share with you this fresh spring water. But then I bring you a cup out that I dug out of the ground and said, yeah, man, pour it in there. It's going to taste great. And then I drink it. It's going to then taste like crap. So that is, in a nutshell, an analogy that works well for testing headphones, because you're at the mercy of the coloration, the way that it sounds in your headphones. So there is no way that you can hear the way headphones sound and have that experience using your own. There's no way. So that said, I'm going to open this up and I'm going to talk about them, and I'm going to share my thoughts and findings. And you saw in the thing before, it says, for the record, we sent you a scene monitor with no expectations. Well, I'm about to deliver on the no expectations part. That's what I'm an expert at, is delivering in no expectations. Let's see, because the main issues that I had with the old scene monitor was the fact that the leatherette padding, they were coming off. The little pads would come off on my ears. That was the main issue that I had with it. And mainly that's because the leatherette pads have a tendency of grabbing your ears in humid environments. And I live in a humid place. So, I think that's right. So I live in a humid place. And in the summer, it makes sweat and everything else stick right to your head. So let's look at these. We have, I like it. Okay, good. The line for the wire goes through there. It's not kinking up. Now, let me explain. First of all, you may look at this and say, okay, what's the purpose of these headphones? Why are they so great? Well, Halter Technical, the man behind Halter Technical, Doc Justice, he's a sound mixer. He understands that in the world of professional sound, on set, you have to hand a pair of headphones to directors, script supervisors, producers, anybody who needs a pair of headphones to go along with the audio feed that you're sending them. They need to be able to hear that. They need to be able to hear that solid. And if they can't, there's an issue. So what Doc did is he created a pair of headphones, Halter Technical, that is designed with things that we would need in mind. For example, the ability to make these very, very small to put into a place and for storage is a wonderful thing. So you look at this and say, where's the dead space in this? It's right in here. If I were to stick this someplace in a pouch, for example, it's going to have a lot of extra space. So one of the things that Halter Technical did is they made it so it twists this way and it folds. It can be laid flat like this. Now, I could be missing something here. It doesn't fold again, does it? No, it doesn't. Okay. But this allows you to put multiples on top of each other and stack them. So that way they're flat. And that's one of the cool things about them. There's not too much tension, it looks like. So let me go ahead and check these things out. So I'm going to take these headphones off. Now, these are by no means going to be a match for something like these. That's not the intention. That's not the design. The design is so that way you can hand these to a director and they are going to be able to listen and be able to hear everything they need to that is happening that the sound mixer is sending them. And usually the feeds that sound mixers send people are not the greatest. And usually it's Comtex. Comtex they're fine for producers and directors and script supervisors. They just need to be able to be good enough. They're usually higher noise floor than you're going to get in an IB system. But let's check these things out. And let's give it an honest assessment here. Okay, I need to actually set these things to my head and not press on my head to try to get them set. Okay. Okay. They're not coming off, but they don't feel like they're sandwiching my head. So, there we go. Now it's set. Yeah. Okay. Now let's plug them in and listen to it. Andre, you still texting me? I've muted my phone. Okay. So let's see what these things sound like. Now I'm plugged in. It's always difficult for you to hear the way you sound in your own headphones. Now, wow, that is a big improvement. I will say I've turned up my volume very much here. That is a big improvement because the original Halter Technicals, they didn't have, they were more center focused. They were not a full fidelity, a full span. It was more like, you know, the lows, mids, and highs should be relatively flat. Well, they were more boosted in the mids and they did not pick up as much low end. I'm hearing more low end in my voice. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, instead of hearing my own voice, I'm going to plug up and I'm going to listen to something. I figured I might as well listen to one of my own videos here because at the very end, I always have my outro music and I can very easily listen to that outro music and I know exactly how that's supposed to sound. Actually, I'm going to listen to my voice first in my... Okay. I hit pause. It's dead quiet. That's good. I don't hear any popping or hissing. Okay, so I'm gonna now listen to the outro music, and I'm gonna hear how punchy it is. I'm gonna hear the main thing you listen for with bass is it muddy? Is it like, does it sound like it's almost like the speaker cone is like and slowly pushing out, or is it more like a punch when you hear that kind of thing? So I'm gonna listen to that because I know how I should sound. Let me listen. My outro, but my voice isn't on this. I forgot to put the voiceover on this. There it is. It's late. Wow. That is greatly improved. Geez, I totally botched the outro on that one, didn't I? What happened? I don't know, man. I'm showing my own failures right there. Good job, Doc. That sounds a world better than it did before. That's very much improved. That's impressive. It's actually really, it's very impressive fidelity. That was the big issue that I heard people talking about, is not liking the fidelity before. And actually, there's one thing I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to unplug these headphones again. I'm going to listen to these once again. Let's see. Okay. The one thing I want to listen to is the crispies in my voice, to hear how that is. Okay, I'm gotta make sure that I listen to all of this. Okay, it's how does this sound when I hear my own voice? If I close in my headphones here, I'm listening to it. How does this sound? It's obviously never going to sound as good as a full studio pair of headphones, but it is, I'm hearing, let me see, the sibilant sounds a little bit, in my ears. Of course, I'm listening to myself live, which is a difficult thing. I'm trying to cut my ears and hear it a little bit better here. The mids and highs, which I tell you, y'all know that I like more, more flat headphones and more flat microphones and things like that. The sound quality is greatly improved. I do like the bass. I do like the way this, it's a little bit on the sibilant side, if I'm being honest. But is that something that you wouldn't get with other evenly priced headphones? I don't know the answer to that. But what I will say is when I was listening to my outro, I sounded good. So it didn't sound muddy. It didn't sound didn't sound bad at all by any means. Let me listen to one more thing here. I'm going to listen to. I'm gonna listen to a song because I was listening to a song with a lot of punch earlier. I'm gonna listen to that. Was that Alexa talking? I hope not. I'm gonna listen to a song real quick. I was watching a few videos. Okay, so let's listen. Yeah, I'm blasting that right now. It's not got the punch of a big pair of headphones, but it's not supposed to. It's a little small pair of headphones. These are it's balanced. That's the thing that I really am a big stickler for is it balanced? Yeah. Yeah, there's not a thing wrong with these that I can tell right now. I mean, I could be overly critical trying to compare them to something, like these headphones here, but that's not fair at all. That's not their intention. You're not making headphones for me to edit to. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with these. Give them to a director, give them to your script supervisor, buy the 10-pack, buy whatever else, man. These are solid. I like the redesign. It looks like you've added some stream relief. It's got a thinner cable. If memory serves, it was a fully round cable before, wasn't it? Let me see. Is this going to fall off on me? Okay. Those are the pads. They're removable. Which is, if I'm trying to pull it apart, I'm going to, right? Driver looks fine. It doesn't look cheap and corrosive. It looks fine. Good. These are gonna be fun. Obviously, if you watch the video I did before of the other halter technicals, you saw that I put tension and strain on them. The cable feels more rugged than the last one did. I see that it now has strain relief at the connector, which is good. One of the things you can do is if you grab your cables and start pulling down, you'll notice that sometimes they'll start to bunch up. Lavs will sometimes do that. Cheap headphones will do that too. These aren't doing that. I like the build quality. Build quality has been improved. Yeah, it feels a lot more attention. I'll do more toying with it and stuff later when I actually plug them up and listen to them, and we'll torture them a bit. But I would say that these are greatly improved. And Doc, tell me in the comments, write down in the comments, tell us what the prices are for an individual pack. Tell us what it would be if you were to buy a combo pack. I think you sell them in tins, if memory serves. And just give us the pricing scheme down below. And tell us how. I think it's haltertechnical.com that we can go to and see your products there, including the field monitor. I'll piece that together later. But yeah, greatly improved. Greatly improved. Very, very happy. They're 32 ohm if memory serves. So they're going to be powered 32 ohm impedance. And they're going to be fine for anything you plug them up to, from IFB to the Zaxcom system to Comtex. So anything should feed fine into them. So they're going to be fine. Will Alan shower test him? You know what? I could, but I don't know anybody who would actually use them on set in the shower. I can't think of one person one director that's ever been in the shower with a pair of headphones on. One of the bigger problems that I run into this day and age is a lot of directors don't even want to wear headphones. They don't even wear them. It's annoying. It's like, how did that sound? Well, you'd know if you were listening, weren't you? Wouldn't you? And just for whatever reason, they're not listening. So we got to get them and glue them to their heads. Okay. Let's see here. This is why I'm wondering if limiters have a point in 32-bit float. Hey, Alan, great to be here. Okay. Mine are enabled 32-bit floating point, go figure. I've been wanting to try those scene monitors. Alejandro Reyes, you're going to be happy with them. If you like the first generation one, or if you had an issue with the mid-forward sound, That's been corrected. They're more neutral. They have a lot more bass in them. They sound more balanced. I would say that you're not going to have an issue with the sound anymore if you had an issue with it before because it was mid-forward and there was lacking in bass and in highs. Now they're much more balanced, which I like. So let's see here. I want to try the C monitors. Our packing has been revamped. Yep, those are beautiful. Sounds like Nestle. Sounds. Luckily, you have your hair cut, so they will fit. Yeah. Well, you know what? I always refer to it as my quarterly fleecing because my hair never really is. It never really stands. I don't really pay attention to my hair. When my wife and daughters greet me in the morning and they do this number and they look at me and they start doing this number and trace over my eyes and start looking at my hair, I'm like, oh, they're looking at the hair and how crazy it is. So obviously it's time for me to get a haircut. At that point, I make an appointment. Let's see. I personally take feedback very seriously. All of the improvement customer wanted were implemented in the new generation. Please push the speaker cone way into my ear. It's all about mud, no sawdust. Yeah. So, hey, Andrew from Deities here. Alan hearing sibilance in his own voice. Yeah, imagine that, right? Hey, Deity Microphones. New cable is duly reinforced and strengthened at the connector and the speaker. Is there a link to check pricing? Don't forget, Alan, you also get Super Doctor sticker too. Yes. How many ohms are they? Okay, I answered that one. Will Alan shower test them? Hi, Doc. Nice to hear that you're on here. I am new to post-sound mixing in film. Should you add plug-in reverb in post-production? Or just keep natural reverb from the room? I don't think you would want to add reverb unless it called for it in the scene. If I'm recording on a stage and someone is talking into a microphone and you hear that they're in an auditorium sound like a stage, then yeah, you might want to add something along those lines. You might want to add a little bit of reverb for that reason. But aside from that, I mean, there's really no point just to add it for the sake of adding it. If you watch a lot of movies and television shows, you're gonna hear the room a lot. If you're hearing the actual audio that was recorded, the production audio tracks, you're gonna hear that now. A lot of the times, post people are remixing the mix tracks and they're using the ISOs for that. And you're going to hear more of the room in a lot of scenes. That's one of the things you listen for. If it sounds sterile, if it sounds like this when you're in a room talking, then you know it's probably ADR. But most of the time, the post mixers are going to make it something that's going to stand out and mix into the rest of the mix and mix in with the lavs and mix in with the boom, and they're going to sound, the ADR is going to sound better if they have the ADR or anything. Many times now they can easily just scrub it, clean of whatever the issues are that they're wanting. Isotope is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing. So let's see here. I still use the shower mic every now and then. Eldest. So if you watch my video of the Deity S Mic 2, Eldest, who is in this stream, he is someone, he is the guy that I actually sent that microphone to, the one that took all the abuse, the one that was washed, dried, tortured. That microphone is now sitting at Eldest's house. He paid the shipping on it and I sent it to him. He's a good guy. Known the guy for years now. It's funny because recently I was like, yeah, you're only like 19, aren't you? Well, I met him when I think he was 19 and now he's in his 20s. And it's like, oh yeah, people age. Psh, go figure. Let's see. I know. Tell me about it. Nice. Never been in a shower with a director wearing headphones. Poor Alan. Never got invited to those kind of parties, those after parties. Yeah. I don't know. You'd be missing a whole lot. There's not very many directors I think that people would want to shower with. Maybe DPs would want to shower with him. Not very many sound people would. Looking to get the equipment into making short films. Leaning towards the Mix Pre 6. Trying to pick a short shotgun that will do location and voiceover work, NTG5, NTG3, or 416. Thoughts on all of these? Well, watch my video. I'm going to tell you straight up. Watch my video about the NTG5. I have two different videos. One of them I compare to the NTG3 and maybe the 416. One of them I compared to the DDS Mic 2 and I don't remember anymore. If somebody wants to post those links in the description or in the comments below here so that people can watch them. I don't remember what I compared to what, but I remember I did 2 different videos comparing it to different microphones. And the 416 was definitely one of them, and NTG3 was definitely one of them. I borrowed that NTG3 from Michael Wynn, and the 416, I believe, was from Mike Filosa, who I was working with, I believe, at the time. No. Aaron Siegel, maybe. I don't remember. But the thing I'm going to point out here is that NTG5 is a very natural sound. You can spend $500. You can get an entire kit that includes a basic, a foam windscreen. It's going to have a heavier duty windscreen. It's going to have a shock mount with a pistol grip. It's going to have everything you need as a one-stop shop for up to light wind. It's going to have indoor options, outdoor options. It's going to have the cable, everything integrated in there. It's got a very natural sound, very new design. It's very low profile. It's a great mic. NTG3 is very bassy to me. Now, some people say, I like that bass. I like the extended bass. It sounds very, very, cinematic. Hate that word, cinematic, to describe your sound just because it has bass in it. To me, bass doesn't just mean it sounds cinematic. It's got to be balanced properly. The 416 balances it correctly. But personally, I'm not a huge fan. I'm not a huge fan of the 416 anymore. I mean, it's still a great microphone, but there are microphones I prefer more. Let me word it that way. The 416, I have no problem in the world grabbing a 416. I'm perfectly happy with booming with that one. But it's very well reinforced against RF and EMI. I love that. I love the fact that it's still very much a workhorse. It's a beast of a microphone. Personally, I like the sound of the 4017B and the natural tones more. Some people will say, no, there's no low end. Fine. You like the low end, get an NTG3, get a 416, something along those lines. Some people like brighter microphones, like the Shep CMIT 5U. If you like those kinds of sounds and you like a microphone that basically is going to suck in sound at a distance and it's going to sound very, very bright, get a CMIT 5U. A lot of people love those. A lot of boom operators love them. Personally, they sound very very sharp to me. I prefer more natural sound. Some people say, well, bright or a darker, bassier microphone. But some people tell me that the 4017B is a very sterile sound. It's like, oh, geez, it's just, you hear every little bitty thing wrong with your environment, and there's no character, there's no whatever. I'm like, I beg to differ. There is, to me, a lot of character in hearing absolute fidelity and absolute detail. When you hear that kind of detail, to me, it's just a wonderful thing. Post can make it sound however they want to, as long as you're giving them a good solid track. The 4017B makes a wonderful sound. It makes it brings out everything wonderfully. If you're in an environment where you need to reject out some background noise, you can easily play that 4017B and get that out of there. If you put a 4017B within about 2 feet of someone's mouth, it's going to sound wonderful. Even at a farther distance, it's going to pick up really well. But one of the things that a lot of people will say is that if you if you have a darker microphone, if you have something like a 4017 or an NTG3 that boosts that low end, what's going to happen? Well, the fundamental vocal frequencies are in that range. If you look at a recording and you look at it on a spectral, you look at a spectral representation of that, you're going to see a lot of bass frequencies because those are the fundamentals. And so when you start to take a microphone farther away from someone's voice, the bass starts to go down, and suddenly at some point it's going to start evening out with the mids and highs. And because it is farther away and still seems to be bringing out those bass frequencies, your brain kind of, in a sense, says, oh, listen to that. It sounds balanced. It still sounds good. That's fair. But it's not balanced at that point. Mids and highs are being directed this direction. The low end is being basically, I don't want to say equalized more, but it is being brought up because it's more extended. So you're going to be picking those up more, and that's the reason why you pick up more bass frequencies farther away with some of those microphones. Now, if you're talking about a CMIT 5U, where it picks up, it's a very bright microphone, meaning that it emphasizes more the higher frequencies. Well, that microphone right there a lot of the harmonics and overtones in your voice are going to be picked up. And when you are farther away and you're still trying to pick those up from overhead miking, it does a great job of pulling those in. When the microphone first came out, you saw a lot of people switch to them for that reason. There's some people like the boom operator Ken Strain, who I have high amounts of respect for. He's an amazing educator. He's an amazing boom operator. Just amazing guy overall. He loves the CMIT 5U. He loves the MKH50. MKH50 has a very, bassy, it's a very forgiving microphone. You can put that microphone within 2 feet of someone's mouth very easily and pull out their voice, because you're hearing a lot of that low end pull into that microphone. Detail starts to go away whenever you take any microphone farther away, but it still pulls up and enriches the low end. When you start to take a CMIT 5U farther away, because it is a bright microphone, you're hearing a lot of those mids and highs. The noise floor is not an issue. The design of the microphone isn't an issue. It pulls out those sounds very well at a farther distance, and a lot of that's because it's focused in, it's bright, it's picking up the mids and highs very well. So that, to me, is something that you need to consider. But a 4017B doesn't bother emphasizing either one of them. The way it sounds is the way it sounds. If I put my ear at that height over someone, it's going to sound that exact way. It doesn't bother playing games with too much low end, too much brightness, or anything like that. So that's the reason why some people are like, it's not the best, microphone. They're like, it's not the best. There's no real character. You know what? You can have your opinion. I'm going to have mine. I still think that I prefer fidelity, detail, unboosted flatness. I like it. One of my favorite microphones is and you don't hear very many pros talking the praises of the Rode microphones. Well, you know what? I still like the NT1. NT1 is still one of my favorite LDCs. It is a wonderful sounding microphone. It's very flat. It's very detailed. Just get that thing. Don't put it on something that's going to pick up all the reverb of the room, and definitely roll that thing off if you're doing voice applications with it, because it is going to pick up every single low end rumble anywhere near you. So let me play catch up here. That's my opinion, Chris. And then Erling FT, thank you very much, new colleague. And so definitely, if you're now a member, so feel free to go into the members only videos, and you'll see, going back to when we first started doing memberships, you're going to see outtakes. You're going to see a lot of fun, silly, goofy stuff, pictures. You'll see tutorials. Like I did. There was a scene that I did where there was a lady in a bathtub, and I had to get her dialogue, but I was not able to get her really well on a boom because of some of the wide shots and lower angles. It took out the wall behind the bathtub, and she was sitting in that, and she had a tray table sitting in front of her. Well, the camera was above, and it came around and wrapped around and stuff like that. And obviously she was in bubbles, so you didn't see anything. If you want to go back and watch the episode, you're not going to see anything. But what you will not see also is the microphone, the plant mic. I hit it, and I do a tutorial, and I show how I took that thing apart and how I placed it, how I made sure it was not going to be affected by water and things like that. So I do tutorials and things like that. I'll post pictures from behind the scenes sometimes, and you'll get things like that. So go back and check the membership archive. Also, what ohm headphones for Mix Pre 2 series? Well, you can use any ohm that you want to with the Mix Pre 2 series, because it can handle anything. It can handle 250s or even higher, high impedance headphones. They're great. At Halter Technical, love the sticker. Cool. Welcome to the Cool Kids Club, Chris. Yeah, very good. Okay, cool. So we have now 5 members. Woohoo! Yay! Thank you for that. Okay, so we have 29 people watching. We have 10 likes. We have 1 new member, and that's what it is so far. Awesome. I am getting big old now. Oh, that's reference to my still thinking he's 19 after knowing him for a few years. What are some of the systems to send film mix to multiple people on set? Zaxcom has their own system. It is part of ZaxNet. You can easily use that. The big common one is Comtech. Comtech makes, you basically have your transmitter and it transmits out, and then a Comtech will pick it up pretty much anywhere. The advantage of Comtech over many others is if you put a battery in that thing, or 2 batteries. Depends on what it is. If it's a 9-volt version, it's just 1 battery, obviously. And if it's a AA version, then it's going to be 2. If you put batteries in that CommTech, it will suck every little bit of voltage and milliamperage out of those batteries. And when you pull that battery out, because it's finally died in that CommTech, that thing has no chemicals left. It is completely, there's no charge on that thing whatsoever. You can meter it. It will be like 0 or 0.1, something like that. It will use that battery up. They're that efficient. So CommTech, but because of that, they're not the very best fidelity. They're not going to match anything. They're not going to match a Electro a duet system, or even the older R1, R1A, R1B. Even now, I mean, it's not going to match any of that kind of stuff. But there are various different systems that are made. Trying to think, the big ones are made by CommTech though. There's like the PR72s, the older versions, PR75s. The PR, or is it 216 TV56, 216 TV type 56 between channels TV and 5 between channels TV channels 5 and 6. Easy for me to say. That's basically where the range is for the 216 TV 56s are. So, but that's basically your answer right there. There's not a whole lot of systems. The ZaxCom system is integrated into ZaxNet, as are most of the things. I mean, everything that ZaxCom makes, if you want to invest in ZaxCom, you will love it. I mean, if you buy yourself the little bitty, I think it's the Nova is like, it's a little bitty box. It's like 6.5 pounds. The whole thing is this big. It has 6 knobs on the front, and you can control 6 different transmitters coming into that thing. It's fully part of ZaxNet. You can change your recording level. You can start remote record on any device. It has Never Clip built into it. Everything is integrated in there, but you do pay for that amazing functionality. You're not going to get that out of any other system. You're not going to get that out of Electro, out of WizzyCom, even the new Axient system by Shure. You're not going to get any of that. The Axient system, I was using that recently with a sound mixer, and I will tell you, I'm a huge fan. That Axient system, you're going to pay for it. But the ability to plug up your microphones, power on everything, and it manages your RF spectrum, it manages that stuff. You don't have to worry about it. You turn it on and you don't have to do frequency coordination or any of that. It will automatically manage it for you. You can just mix. You could be a boom operator on set. You don't have to worry about dropouts and, oh, wait a minute, what's going on? Suddenly, all the radio stations in your area go to high power. Suddenly, something changes in the RF spectrum, and you're now needing to change because your wireless is crapping out. None of that. It automatically scans and it keeps a few extra channels in its reserve. And then if it starts to run into an issue, it automatically seamlessly transitions into one of their backups. And you have it, and it is solid as a rock. We had 0 dropouts, 0 issues with it on the set. And you can go into the Bluetooth app, and you can easily relabel channels. And because the sound utility I was working with, she would throw a lav on somebody. She would name the channel for the actor's name, inform the mixer, say, hey, I just laved this person. He'll look at it and say, okay, that's channel 3. He'll go boom, boom, and route it on his Kantar X3, and he's ready to go. It's awesome. It was really cool. It's a really awesome system. That Axient system, you'll pay for it, but it is solid. All right, so let's see here. I need to turn on timestamps. I can't wait to see how long ago people made comments that I haven't gotten to. Okay, we're going on like 14 minutes now. That's the reason why somebody made a joke in the past on one of my streams and said, oh, Alan, haha, what's that noise? Or they made some trolling comment, and I was like, oh no, I've only been talking for an extra 15 minutes. I don't know what I just missed out on. So I was suddenly in a panic thinking that something was messed up for the past 15 minutes. Yay, trolls. Let's see. Thank you. I can never tell in films if the reverb I'm hearing is natural or was added in post. Usually it's just natural. If there's a reason for you to add it, like you're in an auditorium or you're in a big, huge reverberant room, then they'll add it. Sometimes they don't even. Sometimes it's really funny. You'll be in a bank vault where you can clap and you can hear that echo in the room for two seconds. And I'm serious about that. There'll be 3-foot thick walls and you clap and you will hear that. You'll hear it for like 2 solid seconds. It's the definition of soundproofing, but it also is very reverberant. And then you watch the movie and there's like no reverb in that room. You're like, well, that was ADR. It was obviously too bad. So speaking of trolls, there's Worth It or Not. What's the rumbling sound? It's probably me hitting my microphone. If other people tell me, I'm going to trust them at this point because you're going to mess with me. I know you. What are some of the systems? Oh, I answered that. I did several times. I just can't decide because I'm new and I suck at audio. Well, Chris, thanks for joining. Thanks for becoming coming here and checking out the channel and being part of everything here because you're gonna learn a lot of stuff if you go back to my archive, especially. Largo is in the house. We have another member here, so we have quite a few people that are members and quite a few people that have been here for a long time. 32 members. Or 32 people in here, 18 likes, 1 new member. That's where we're standing right now. What is my opinion of this CS3E? Let me just make sure there's nothing I need to address before that. What mic would you recommend for a podcast setup? I'm going to give the Senator Mike Michaels answer. Depends. Plain and simple. I mean, that's like me saying, what's the best car? What is the best car? You're looking for fuel efficiency? Are you looking to try to win a race? Are you trying to, something that's easy to manage? Are you trying to get something that's, electric or gas? There's really no best. It depends on the circumstance. So that's what I'll tell you is I need to know more details. What mic would I recommend for a podcast setup? Give me some thoughts here. Give me some of the deets. What's your opinion of the CS3E from Sanken? One of my favorite microphones. I love that microphone. That and I think the CSR2 are the only 2 Sanken mics that I'm a huge fan of, the shotguns. No, not the CSM1. That microphone I'm not a fan of. The CS3E, it is an arrow. It will shoot very directionally, so you got to have a good boom operator that knows how to point that thing. It will pull out sound at a great distance. It will reject out sound at a great distance. That's one of the reasons why it's so effective at pulling out the sound from a far distance is because of its rejection signal-to-noise ratio at work. It is wonderful. I love that microphone. The CSR2, how many capsules? I think it has 3. No, it has 2 capsules in there, I believe. One of them will do the regular sound that you get out of a supercardio would, but then one cancels off the rear lobe. So if you point that microphone, it's basically more from the front. It's not going to have as much off the rear. And if you take that microphone and you're talking into it this way, it starts to go distant and then it goes away and then it comes back at you when you start pointing at it. CS3E, that microphone, you could take a couple of feet away from your mouth and it's going to be off axis, off axis, off axis, off axis, off axis. Hey, there's the sound right there. It's a wonderful microphone. I've done some wizardry with that thing. That's one of the microphones that whenever I find out that a mixer I'm working with has a CS3E, I will usually grab for that microphone one of the first mics I'll grab for if I can, because I love the way it sounds. I love the signal to noise ratio, being able to play the noises in an environment and minimize them. If there's a construction site over there, I can cue the microphone away most of the time and put that in a null area and pull out that voice. To me, I love that. I just love being able to do that with a microphone. And play the pattern to my benefit and advantage. Okay. Eldis and Al became mods. Blob. Yeah, you know what, Larko? I will trust you absolutely. I will trust you as with a wrench as well. I think I just gave you a wrench. Larko is now moderator. Awesome. And you know what? I will also, since I know Bandrew can. I've already told Bandrew in his Discord server, don't give me mod, don't make me a mod. He knows not to. Even if I begged him, he wouldn't at this point, I don't think. Even though I wouldn't abuse it, don't give me that. I don't want to have to answer questions and whatever. I try not to use Discord. Because I can't glue myself to it. So if somebody will comment in my Discord, and I'll think about checking it like a day or later or something like that. I'm terrible. All right, Eldest Liberty Dynamic Tuner. I told Alan to make Marco a mod instead of me, but Larko wasn't here. Larko would never be trusted to be a mod, but me on the other hand, well, Larko is now a mod. So I got home not too long ago. Okay, so Ping Pong is a mod too. Epic. Maybe Alan will be nice now that Larko is here and make him a mod instead of me. Do you not want to be a mod, American Liberty? I will take it away if you don't want to be. If you don't want to have the power, then I will take it away. The dog needs a leash released. Late to the stream. Congrats for 4 years. Sorry about the E100. You know what? The reason I bought it was because I liked the video that you, Mike Delgaudio, Boot Junkie, did about it, comparing it to E100S. I like flat microphones. I'm very much a fan of flat microphones. And when I heard that one, I was like, you know what? It is flat. I like it. And so I bought it before that video of yours went viral and drove the price for all the E100s through the roof. And now you're to blame for that. Just like my video about don't buy the AT 2035 until you watch this video, where I talk about how there's also a 3035. That has taken the market for the 3035 up tremendously too. So between you and me, we're damaging the used microphone market. But I'm not going to be able to buy a replacement E100 because I don't want to buy that guy. So I'm looking for a new super cardioid pattern microphone. I have a couple ideas. I do have a couple ideas. We'll see how they pan out. We'll see. Okay. Master Mike, yeah, hey, American Liberty, Boot Junkie, the next, the guy that made me impulse buy Facebook Marketplace E100, when I saw it. Now, he wasn't just the one that made you impulse buy it. Let the truth be known, there was me and there was Larko that told you needed to buy it. You were interested in it and you found the microphone and you were contemplating it. Me and Larko told you should buy it and then resell it. And he bought it and he has never resold it. So that's where we said, if you can discipline yourself. He took the money that he was saving for something and used that money. And we're like, well, as long as you resell it, you got a heck of a deal there. But then he didn't. So yeah, the only person we're really missing right now is Curtis Judd. If Curtis pops in here, we will be complete with the over 100,000 subscriber channel people that I know that do sound. Okay. Hopefully it's serving well. Hey, Bandrew. Discontinued Shure KSM or KMS 27, the best Shure condenser of them all. Fight me, please. I like getting knocked. Okay, so if you want to have your remove moderator status, you want your wrench taken away, fine. American Liberty, you're no longer a moderator. If you want to change that, then by all means, let me know. The best condenser microphone, Shure condenser. Okay. Oh, Alan, what's that noise? Okay, so American Liberty's gonna troll too. If everybody was in the whole thing say, "Oh no, this sounds terrible. What's going on here?" Then I would say, "Oh no, what did I say 8 minutes ago at this point?" Late to the party, welcome. So we have Pink Zeppelinex. Me trying to pronounce yet another name. Brilliant. I was in the stadium staircase once and had a 10-second reverb tail. There's a video that I downloaded and it's amazing. It is this parking lot in like Norway or something like that. And it was built where the width is the exact like, just like a tuning fork. It is the exact width of like, of a particular low end. Like if you stomp on the ground, that frequency, the wavelength of that frequency, like 50 or 48, whatever feet wide it would be. It was that exact width between pillars and between the walls, something like. So if you clap it, there's also like a chapel someplace or something like that, that if you make a sound in there, it will just carry, because just like a tuning fork, how it will go on forever. Same thing, kind of thing happens in this one parking garage. There's a sound mixer that posted about it in a forum. He claps and you hear it go clap, 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 clap. And you're like, oh my gosh, when's this thing going to end? It goes on forever. It was amazing. So anyway, he asked about a microphone. You recommend adult diapers. Oh, I know what that's a reference to. Don't get me wrong. I love my Depends, but it doesn't sound great when recording. Someday I will get Alan to laugh a little. You get me to laugh. No worries about that. All right. So let's see here. Oh, might actually have to share. Share that has been a while. Has been bothering me for a while. What does that mean? Don't worry. I stole Ping Pong's E100 and he stole one of my RE20s. Do you have a Discord? I do have a Discord. It is in the link. It is in the description of all my videos. It is down there, and you can pop in there. I have a couple of different servers. Basically, it's a small server. I say just use common sense. Don't get on there and start, being mean or whatever. Don't be a jerk. I don't really have rules in there, but people know how to behave. So the server's at a small size right now, so the people that are in there are really cool, and they interact, and we have a little humor section, and people will post things in there. There's a promote your videos and stuff section, so I can keep track of what's going on. And if people ask for audio help or advice or something like that in the chat, then people will very easily can promote their videos, and we can hear how they sound and that kind of thing. It's awesome. All right, so not the best condenser microphone, but best Shure condenser. What's that noise? Okay, wait a minute. I'm going back. I'm too far back. Might actually have a question to share that's been bothering me for a while. Boromir is here. Okay, cool. So he's one of the guys that bought some cables from me. He is the if memory serves, he is the only person that is out of the country that bought cables from me last year when I was making cables. Larko posted the Discord, and then so did American Liberty. So there you go. After listening to your mic patterns video a month plus ago and have been wondering, why aren't more mics figure 8 and not cardioid by default? Isn't the cardioid like more advanced magic than a simple 8? Okay. Here's the thing about figure 8s. You can use them for a few different things. You can put it in between two people and they can talk into it. There's just like any other microphone, there is a more detailed side of most figure 8 patterns. Even though the lobe is still perfectly centered, usually because it's a ribbon or it's a diaphragm like this, and you can speak out either side. There is still a side that usually has a slight better bit of detail, and you just have to know what that side is. So if you have two people performing, you're probably not going to be able to hear it unless you're trying to A-B the microphone. You can also use it for a stereo MS pattern, or you could use it for something like a Blumline stereo recording. Now, here's the thing to know about figure 8 patterns. If I'm talking right now, my computer screen is here. If I put a microphone right in front of me, my voice is going to hit that, bounce off of that surface, and come back in the other side of the microphone. So you have to be careful what you point a figure 8 pattern microphone at. I think when Curtis did his review of the Rode NTG figure 8 ribbon, whatever that thing was called, NTK, I don't know. I think he had to back himself up to a soundproof wall, and the rest of the room was open. I think that's what he said he did, because you have to be very careful about where you control the rear end of that microphone. Because if you're not careful, you're going to end up being in a situation where it's going to be picking up sound equally to your mouth, and you don't necessarily want those reflections. So like if I had a figure 8 pattern microphone right here in front of me and I was speaking, it's going to get all that bounce off of my computer screen and come right back at me, versus that, which is a super cardioid pattern microphone, which means the null area, which is going to be right about that angle, happens to be perfectly angled at my computer monitor. It's one of the reasons why I like super cardioid pattern microphones in this position, and this is small, so it fits the bill perfectly for me. But the thing about a cardioid is, if you can imagine, you can go back and watch, I think, my video on polar patterns, and I explain this. But I'll go ahead and go into it here too. If you can imagine two different patterns, you have an omnidirectional pattern, and you also have a figure 8 pattern, okay? If you add those two together, what are you going to get? A cardioid. Here's why. You have an omnidirectional pattern that is basically the entire thing picks up evenly all the way around it. And then you have the microphone that comes out here, and there's a supercardioid area of sensitivity off the sides. The side that is positive lobe, where the frequencies are created in a positive phase, where a wave will go through a crest and a trough back to the midline. If you go out the other side of that ribbon, so if sound comes in talking this way, it goes through a crest, then a trough, a sound wave does, sine wave. If it goes to the other side, the rear lobe, the other direction, the negative side, it's going to go through the trough first, then the crest. So if you are not careful, you're going to end up having some cancellation come into play. Now, the reason this works well when you overlap it over an omnidirectional pattern microphone and makes a cardioid is because if you have a microphone, let's just say right here, let's say it this way, and you have that positive lobe over here, that positive lobe is going to be picking up here. Add on top of it the omnidirectional pattern, and it now extends out, and here's twice that distance. Now, the other side, let's talk about it. You have the omnidirectional rear lobe, and then you add on top of that the negative, the out of phase part from the ribbon or the figure 8 pattern, and what that does is it starts to cancel out the omnidirectional lobe from that, creating a cardioid pattern microphone. And then according to the balance that you do, if it's front and rear 50-50 on that figure 8 pattern, it's going to be a perfect cardioid. Now, if you start putting a little bit more emphasis, 60-40, let's say, a little bit, 60% of that front lobe pickup and only 40% from that rear lobe pickup, then what you're going to end up doing is not canceling out nearly as much on the rear lobe, which is the reason why supercardioid and hypercardioid pattern microphones have more front reach, but they don't have a full rear lobe cancellation unless you use something like the CSR2 from Sanken, which has a rear lobe cancellation. So that's one of the things to know about the figure 8 and the balance right there. But and why not a cardioid by default? Why aren't more mics figure 8 and not cardioid by default? It's simply because they electronically create a cardioid pattern, and they don't want to have to control rear lobe, because how many times would people who don't understand a pickup pattern, something like that, they'd be like, I don't understand, why am I getting so much noise? It's behind the microphone. Well, the reason why is because you don't understand what a figure 8 pattern is. And I mean, look at a Blue Yeti. Blue Yeti, if you use it in omnidirectional mode, is not going to have much of a proximity effect because the entire room is a pickup pattern, and if you speak directly into it, you're only picking up a small little area of this huge big diaphragm, so there's not going to be much proximity effect when the whole diaphragm is not being dedicated to that proximity effect and not being used for a proximity effect. But if you put it in a figure 8 pattern, people will do that, and then they'll instantly go for something like ASMR, because that's what they think that you have to do with the Blue Yeti in figure 8 pattern. And then that's what you'll end up seeing is figure 8 patterns being used like that, and a cardioid is what they'll use for voiceover. That's pretty much in the rules or in what you see on a Blue Yeti. So I'm not going to get into a rant about the Blue Yeti. I'm not going to. Okay, so let's move on. I'm all ears on a new supercardioid options. Okay. I will say this. In my epic live stream on December 30th, there was a microphone. I went back and I listened to it. I think when Curtis pulled it out, Bandrew got really excited because it's a supercardioid. I think it's a ribbon. It's an AEA something. I reached out to AEA and asked them if they would be interested in me giving my ear and doing a review of one. That's when the E100 started messing up and acting up, because with both Curtis and with Bandrew both excited about a super cardioid pattern microphone, I was like, you know what, I might give it a listen. And I listened to a few tests online, and then I said, you know what, that actually might serve my purposes. I think that might sound good in this room. So I reached out to them and I asked if they would. Now I have not. I've the guy who is the person that I reached out to. I actually collaborated on something with him about 3.5, 4 years ago, and so he says, "Hell, I know you." And he refreshed my memory. I was like, "Wow, you did." But I'm waiting to hear back because I think they were out of stock for a while and they didn't have any more for marketing. So I have an email automatically set to send him at some point in the future. I don't know. He'll eventually auto send out of my email, and then he'll get it and reply, and he'll say, "Oh, what do you know? You did respond exactly when I told you to." So, yay for automatic scheduling of messages. But anyway, that's the microphone that I'm looking at. I think it's going to sound good on my voice in this room. Okay. Octava MKO12, no. Oh, Timothy, now that we're like, what has this been? Like 15 minutes? Yes. Timothy did a $10 donation. So in addition to Timothy being, I think you're still a member. I need to check. I actually had a couple of people drop out of being members. So I haven't gone back and look at the member. I'm going to go back and do it right now. I'm going to see who the active members are. Oops, wrong thing. I need to go to my own channel. But yeah, I've had a few people drop out of being members, and I don't sit there and go through all this stuff on a regular basis. So yeah, we apparently had some people. We have some new. Yeah, so Timothy Thompson has been one of the OG members. American Liberty, Eldest joined, and those are the OG members. Larko joined right after the Epic live stream, and then we have Erling FT, and we have Matthew. Oh no, I'm gonna mispronounce another name. Hinchka. Please tell me I didn't mispronounce your name. Anyway, thank you very much for joining 0 days ago. I really appreciate it, guys. Very much appreciated. The one thing that you've heard me say many times is that this channel doesn't make money. It is a niche of a niche of a niche of a niche. I don't ask people for likes, shares, subscribes, and donations. So people don't do that. People watch the videos. They'll sometimes troll or they'll argue with me, and that's fine. But also, I spend a whole lot of money I really shouldn't. There's videos I will do, and I spent like the video I did where I compared the Beta 87A against the Beta 50. What was it? What was that microphone? It was the two polar patterns, the dynamic and the condenser, and I tested them in a very noisy, reflective bathroom. Beta 57 and the Beta 57A and the Beta 87A condenser. I bought that Beta 87A condenser for $250 just for that video. I don't even know where the thing is in this room anymore because this room is buried in stuff. I don't know where it is. So it's terrible. Anyway, but yeah, I'm terrible. This channel doesn't make me money. Luckily, I have a real job in the real world, and it I end up making some money on my rentals there, and that's one of the things that I end up putting back into this channel. This channel costs me so much money, it's ridiculous, but it's fun, and I have things right there that I just need to actually do a video about because I bought stuff for the video, and I might as well do it. Anyway, thank you, Timothy Thompson, for being a 7-month-long member and for also the $10 donation. Very much appreciated. Holy Trinity of audio channels. Curtis is not around. Mr. Dudd calling. I'm free. Troll is alive. And then we have the welcome supporter, Matthew Hinchka. I'm going to butcher that name. I'm sorry. I'm sorry in advance. I'm sure I did. And right now, we were in that Discord call during the E100 find. Got it for $185, including after shipping, near perfect condition. I see them going for $300 on eBay right now. All right, so worth it or not. Gonna put my daughter to bed now. Have a good night, Alan. By the way, I recorded a low-end rumble for you to hear tomorrow. It's gone now. Okay. I'm gonna have to check that out. So it's apparently not trolls. There's no trolling going on. There's real issues. First microphone review I ever watched with Boost Junkie review, autoplay, play the podcasters review, then sound speeds, followed all three, were instantly subscribed to. Thank you very much, American Liberty. Very much appreciate it. And those two guys, I love them so much. If you watch the history of sound speeds, you'll see that when I first started out, I was looking to do an audio channel, did research for months in advance, and then a little channel with just under 4,000 subscribers popped up, and there's a guy named Mike Delgadio, the Booth Junkie, starts popping up all over the place in my feed. Video after video after video, just under 4,000 subscribers, and I'm like, do I need to even listen to a voiceover artist? Well, I do, because he's sound related and because his presentation is something that I'd be interested in seeing, because I'm interested in doing a YouTube channel. What do I want to do and how I want to do it? Well, I started watching his videos. At one point in time, I reached out to him, and I will save the rest for that video. Love Mike so much. Have a lot of respect for the guy. We've talked on the phone many times. One of these days, I'm going to actually just go up and visit him. I'll end up taking a countrywide tour, and I'll go visit people. There was actually I was going to find myself in the Curtis Judd neck of the woods, but I ended up having to cancel the road trip. So I'm not going to be able to do that. Not until probably later on. But I will eventually go and meet up with these guys in real life, and then I will scare them probably half to death, and they'll say, oh, geez, this guy. And they'll never want to see me again. Never want to have anything to do with me again. We'll see. Andre, you're probably the same way. Andre's not here. But anyway, so let's see. Let me play catch up here. Matthew, welcome to the Now Cooler Kids Club. Did you ever catch Worth It or Not Flying Bird video? I did see that video where he was playing the little drone. Thank you. Love the content. Phase question. You love Mike 4 actors during a quick interaction dialogue scene. How do you deal with the phase? Very easily. You know the 3-to-1 rule, where you're supposed to take microphones and put them at least, if you have 1 foot away from a microphone from your mouth, you're supposed to have another microphone be at least 3 feet away from that person's mouth in order to have them. 2 things. Number 1 is not have as much pickup, if they're matching microphones, I should say. And also the depletion of the fact that you're doubling the distance away, and then a little bit more than that, it's going to drop enough decibels to not pick up that person's mouth nearly as strong. You can also play the edge of that microphone away. So if you're talking about booms, play the edge of the microphone away. Now, a lav will basically pick up strongly right here, a little bubble in front of someone's face. So if you're talking about lavs, some people will say turn the phase on a couple of the microphones. So I say don't play with the phase. What I say is just try to play your levels however you can. Obviously, your multi-track is going to be recording each channel the way it is, and your mixed track, just don't have too many up at the same exact time if they're close to each other. If you can, and 2 people are close, try to play both people off of 1 lav if you can. I mean, obviously don't go, up and down, playing 1 lav as if you're trying to pick up both people, but, just play them as you feel that you need to adequately, and don't go completely nuts, with the faders to the point where you hear the background noise shift a whole lot. But you gotta practice, and you'll see. You just gotta feel it out. Okay, did you almost accidentally out the deity DP TRX? I have no idea what you're referring to there. The deity BP TRX has been shown on the deity channel before, but I have no idea what you're referring to regarding the BPT RX. I'm assuming that that's the silhouetted product that they have on their social media. That's what I'll say about it. My point here is, after experimenting with the figure 8 pattern, I noticed the sounds way nicer on the Aston Spirit. Although I have a nice padded wall behind it and no echo issues. Yeah. The thing you got to keep in mind, though, is also sometimes, here's the thing to remember about microphones. Microphones are the sum of all frequencies that come into that thing from all the different angles. So if you have a microphone and it's right here, if you could somehow get an omnidirectional pattern microphone that picks up the entire room, you're just pointing directly at your mouth, and you like the way that sounds, and your room is treated, it's going to sound good. Simply because you don't have reflections and whatever else coming back into it. Now, as long as you're up on it. Omnidirectional pattern microphone, if you start to back off on that, remember, it's picking up every single direction. So every single direction is on axis, technically, even though the detail is going to be better down the barrel. But that means that the noise floor is just going to be higher on an omnidirectional pattern microphone too. Now, if you're talking about a cardioid, then it's pointed more towards you. That means that it is going to be not listening to the rest of the room. When it's not listening to the rest of the room, it is not, there is a lot of acoustics that goes into play in a room environment. A figure eight pattern will pick up more of those. So even though the back of your room is treated, your voice is still hitting that wall that's treated and might be bouncing back a little bit and getting in that rear lobe, making it sound more natural. If you and I were talking in person in a room, you're going to hear not my voice just coming straight at you. You're going to hear the way it bounces off of a table, off of a wall nearby. You're going to hear it acoustically in a very natural environment because guess what? It's in a natural world. A microphone is more focused at you. A microphone does not have the ability to filter out things that are not important. I have a video called Sensory Gating. It's one of the older videos I have on the channel. I think it was like three minutes long, something like that, when my videos were very short. That sensory gating video talks about something called the pulvinar nuclei, which is a part of the thalamus. And what that part of your brain does is it filters out things that are not considered important. So if you're listening to me right now in your living room or whatever, and you have a computer in your living room and the speakers are on, and you're, let's say, eating ice cream, you're able to focus on my voice coming through your speakers and the way you're listening to it. And you're not listening to the fact that your air conditioner or heater is on. You're not listening to the fact that a ceiling fan might be on, that there's a car maybe driving down the street, that your neighbors perhaps could be talking right outside on their porch or something like that. You're not listening to your kids in the other room laughing and talking and playing games. The television on down the hall. You're able to filter out those sounds. That's the pulvinar nuclei at work. Now, a microphone does not have the ability to differentiate and filter out things. You may say, well, you can do that in post. Yes, that's correct. But a microphone, if it listens in this area because it's a supercardioid, or this area because it's a cardioid, or these two areas because it's a figure eight, or the entire room because it's an omnidirectional, whatever that polar pattern indicates that it needs to listen to, it is going to listen in that area, and it's going to pull all those sounds in, and it's going to hopefully sound natural the wider it is. It's one of the reasons why cardioid pattern microphones are very, very popular for voiceover, because it's not just acoustically your voice going straight into that microphone, it's also the way it sounds as it is naturally reverberating off of certain surfaces. Some people will say, well, I want to be farther away from that, and I want to have a microphone that's farther away, and I'm going to go for more of a supercardioid or even a shotgun microphone. And part of the reason is because you want to be farther away. And instead of it being this narrow pattern, just concentrating on your mouth, if you get farther away, it will open up a little bit more, and you'll still be in a controlled environment, but it will pick up more of your face. It's going to pick up more of the chest. It's going to sound fuller farther away. So there's a couple more things for you to consider there. Okay. All right. So let's see. I noticed that in the videos, sometimes figure eight sounds somehow fuller. Yeah. AEA KU5A sounds like a very good ribbon microphone. Yeah, that's the one. You nailed it, Muhammad. That's the microphone that I have written them about. because I think it would sound good on my voice, and I think it would be one that I would have a pleasure reviewing. I think it would be, well, it's one of the few selected ones that when people that I really have a lot of respect for start talking fondly about, I'm like, I might want to listen to that. And then I listened to a couple of samples. I said, wow, I think my voice would actually sound good on it. And then American Liberty is an American legend. $29.99 donation. So Alan can afford a CAD U1. You know what? I'm so out of the I don't know what a CAD U1 would sound like on me. I don't really keep track of a lot of LDCs and LDDs and stuff like that. I don't really listen to a lot of those. So I don't know the sound of a CAD U1 of a CAD U1. American Liberty, more like American Hero. Best microphone. Yes, there is a rumble sound. Aren't you just a funny guy, Ping Pong? I love you, Alan. Mike starts planning on moving again. Yeah, Mike is gonna have to move again. He'll move. I'll come over and. Okay, so random question: have you read the book, Petrushka Mierzwa's book? Sound behind the sound card. I will put it to you this way: she sent the book to me before it was released. And I started reading it then, and I was absolutely like, oh, yes, this is a very good book. So, yes, to answer your question. I also know Petrushka. She and I have talked before. There's a lot of mutual respect. And I think her book is a wonderful resource that needs to be spread far and wide. It's a wonderful book. Truthfully, I have not finished it yet because I skipped around sections, and then I said, "Oh crap! I need to actually read the whole thing." So I need to start at the beginning and then read through it. And then I got completely busy on some shows and stuff. And the last show I did full time was Black Lightning. That show has come to an end. Today's date is May 19th. On Monday, we had the second to last episode air. So the very last episode of Black Lightning will be airing this upcoming Monday. And then the show will be no more. And that show, we finished about a month ago, a little bit over a month ago now. And I did a few day playing things. I did a few days on Cobra Kai. I did a day on Raising Dion. And then my NDA prevents me from being able to say the name of the show I worked on for just under a month. But I'll put it to you this way. One of the actors is rock solid as an actor. And it was great working with him again. I've worked with him in the past. That's what I will say. It's going to be a fun movie when it's released. Anyway. Oh, no. I'm now caught up. So he says, fizz, fizz, fizz. American Liberty, how can I deny you? All right. Here's one thing that I'm very disappointed about, actually. I did that live stream where I did a mod on a cable. I ended up, there was an issue with it. I had to do an edit to the video. Like I had to cut off a couple of minutes or something like that. And I did this. I did a couple of minute long cutoff of the beginning. I knew that was going to get rid of the chat, but I usually address the chat and it would pop up on the screen for that particular stream. But so when I did that, it sat there in processing for like a week and a half or whatever. And I got tired of looking at it sitting there processing. I wrote YouTube about it and they just ignored me. They were just like, it'll go away. Don't worry about it. It was processing. And then I looked at it and the live stream had duplicated. And I was like, huh. Well, if it duplicated, it's going to be there. I might as well just delete the processing video, processing and get it out of my face because the video was duplicated. Maybe I did the duplicate, and maybe I saved it as a new stream and didn't save it as a whatever. I was like, you know what? I'll delete the processing. As soon as I deleted it, all the files disappeared. Entire live stream got vanished. So I don't know what flavor of ZipFizz I did on that stream. But that live stream has now been lost to time, and I have no idea where it is. It was deleted. So, that said, American Liberty has requested a ZipFizz, and I will definitely oblige. We have an orange. We have a peach mango. These are the flavors that were donated last year. When I said I don't know, I've never had all the flavors of ZipFizz, someone donated after that live stream. They said, here, buy yourself the combo pack. And I was very, very pleased at that. So we have pink lemonade. We have citrus. We have fruit punch. I know that shade. Blueberry raspberry. And then we have, what is that? Limon. So, American Liberty, what flavor should I do of ZipFizz? We have peach mango. We have pink lemonade. We have citrus. We have orange. We have blueberry raspberry. We have fruit punch. And we have lemon. What is your current mic setup? Any compression or noise gate? Absolutely. So American Liberty, while I wait for that, I will answer that question. Absolutely. My current setup is this microphone right here. The very tiny end microphone that I like because I think it sounds good. I've tried others. A lot of others don't have the reach that this one does because that's a super cardioid. That right there is the T-Bone SC400. It is going into my DBX 286S. And I am using a lot of compression. So I can back off the microphone and you're going to hear my voice get a little thinner sounding, but my voice and my level should still be there. And if I get closer to that, same exact thing. My voice is going to sound relatively consistent. You're hearing the creak of my chair, but my voice is still there. It's going to sound a little thinner as I back away, but there you go. As for noise gate, anytime I do a live stream in this particular setup and everything, I absolutely use a noise gate. And I usually talk loud enough for you to hear my voice over any noises that are in the room. But as soon as I go quiet again, you're going to hear the noise gate cut in. Now, one thing I do like about the DBX 286S is that even though it's all in line, you would expect that since the compressor is on the left, the very first stop the signal goes through after it goes to the preamp, you would expect it to compress first. And then as it works down the line, it enhances, it does the de-esser, enhancer, expander gate, then the output. But no, it actually does the expander gate either first, or it certainly does it in line and does not hurt the signal flow at all. Because I'll tell you this, if I go quiet, the noise gate is completely gone. It knocks out my background noise. Right now, in this room, I have a ceiling fan on. That's relatively quiet. I don't even hear the ceiling fan. And then the air conditioner is going because my wife and daughters love air conditioning. And until only about 20 or so minutes ago, we had the clothes dryer, which is right outside this room. It was, going crazy. So, and because ultimately I did end up killing, I won't say I killed the dryer, and the dryer at least. But I will say that I probably didn't do it much good by putting the deity microphone in there and letting it go and ram around on the inside there. It was great for the viewership, but unfortunately, it probably did help to knock that dryer out of whack a little bit. So, what flavor Chris and Matthew? New members should have first attack. So, new members, Chris and Matthew, if you are out there, American Liberty is asking, what flavor of ZipFizz should I do? The flavors are orange soda, pink lemonade, peach mango, citrus, lemon, fruit punch, and blueberry raspberry. And I'll tell you this, the flavors that we're starting to get to are all pretty good flavors of ZipFizz. On that note, give me oh, geez, I knocked over okay, good. Put the top on. Oh, the sound of tonic water. I love it. What sound does the dryer make? Well, there is a DVR function. You can go back and listen to it again. But it's something to the nature of, because you put a microphone in there and it starts jamming around. Well, I mean, that is just a verbal representation of it. I don't recall exactly the way it sounds. Try to increase the noise gate threshold. It may reduce the rumble sound. Okay. Well, I can tell you right now, it's actually fine. Let me hit bypass, and you'll hear. Let me bring my level back up. Now the process is completely bypassed. You can now hear the air conditioning and everything. That's the way this room actually sounds. And if my voice isn't compressed, that's the way the room sounds. So it probably doesn't sound very good. I'm going to turn this back down. Engage the processing yet again. And there we go. Okay. So let me actually... I'll adjust the threshold just a little bit. I'm certainly loud enough to be able to carry that, so we'll see if the rumble goes away. Good call, Mohammed, there. We'll see what happens. Okay, so... Yeah, it does a really good job. I like the DVX286S. As long as you project, it's not an issue. Okay, is that the sound the DVR makes? No. DVR is relatively quiet. Actually, the DVR is very loud because it's me nonstop blabbing away. I've been doing this stream now an hour and 45 minutes. Man, I did not know that. That's interesting. Okay. Wow. Okay. Peach Mango. We have the Peach Mango. So I don't know if you're so new to this channel, Erling, that you were not familiar with the Peach, or rather the ZipFizz routine. But ZipFizz is one of my favorite things in the world. I also give it a lot of credit for probably keeping me relatively healthy last year during the pandemic. As you know, if you've been watching this channel for a while, my wife got COVID. My wife and daughters and I did not. My wife is the only person in the house that showed any symptoms, and we were all shut in the house and did, the typical thing of not leaving. And daughters did not show any symptoms. But neither did I. So, what ZipFizz is basically it has a bunch of vitamins in there. And if you look at the ingredients, it's like, green tea leaf extract and alpha lipoic acid, green coffee bean extract, grape seed extract, grape skin extract. Well, last year during the pandemic, and this also has no sugar in it too, which is amazing. Last year during the pandemic, I made the mistake of telling Bandrew that, I think we were in Discord, and I told him that that ZipFizz has something like, what is it? 2,500 milligrams of B12. So it's like 41,667% of what you need daily. So if you get this, it will energize you and suddenly you'll be awake for hours. Well, one of the things my audience realized, I made the mistake of telling Bandrew that, if I take a ZipFizz, I'm awake for hours. I jokingly said something like, I don't know, if somebody, I told him this in Discord. I think I said something like, someone gave me $5, I'd take a ZipFizz. And then he, in a live stream, says, oh, I hear all it takes you to have a ZipFizz is $5. Well, my audience realized that if they get me hyped up on ZipFizz, I'll stay on the live stream and blab away for hours. So I'll just sit there and be all hyper talking about sound and stuff. And my live streams went from about an hour and a half, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, to suddenly like 5 hours or more. And they realized that all it took was to basically pay me to take a stimulant that makes me all, like, you remember Beavis and Butthead? Beavis would have a cappuccino and he would, go nuts. Well, that's basically the way that I react to ZipFizz. I'm very energized by it, and it excites me. I love the ZipFizz. So now the Peach Mango, per your request. Normally you would ask, you would take one of these and put it into a 16.9 fluid ounce or half a liter of water. And then you would shake it up and you would drink it. That would be like me putting it inside of this bottle if it were full. One of the things I will do, though, is I will take them And I will usually have a little bit, pour a little bit of powder into my mouth, and I will just go at it for a bit. And I will usually do this over the course of 10 or 15 minutes. It's a stronger flavor. I don't have to worry about the water. I prefer to carry water on me and not flavored water or flavored things. So that's my workflow that I usually have at work. Now, with regard to ZipFizz, one of the things that I've also done over the course of time is I will talk to sound utilities, and as a fun thing, I'll sometimes do a ZipFizz straight with them. And you'll see utilities, cover their nose and freak out because it starts to fizz up really strongly in their mouth. Well, one of the things I started doing on these live streams is I would take a ZipFizz straight. So if you go back and start watching my live streams, especially those from last summer, you'll see, especially the ones that are suddenly not an hour and 45 minutes, hour and a half, something like that. And you start to watch the ones that are closer to 5 hours, 5.5, 6 hours. Those are the ones you're gonna usually see me do ZipFizzes in. Alan does not like to talk. His nickname is Sound of Silence. Yes. Yeah, my nickname is Room Tone. There you go. So anyway, what American Liberty has done is he has instigated. He has done what people do too much. Nestle Resorb. I don't know what a Resorb. I don't know what that is. It is if it's pretty much a natural thing that I'm not stalling. It's just I'm setting it up appropriately. Now I have set it up appropriately. What I will tell you is there is an art to doing these things straight. I've had very little to drink for the past 2 hours of this live stream. I've only had a couple of swigs of this tonic water, which was only there when I first started because I cracked it open at the beginning of the stream. And because I've been talking so much, my throat is definitely going dry. So I should actually take another sip, but I'm not going to. What I'm going to do, though, is hold my breath, dump the entire ZipFizz into my mouth, close my mouth, don't open it again, because if you do, it's like the cinnamon challenge. You'll end up blowing it out into the air, then you'll breathe it in through your nose. So what you have to do is hold your breath, take all of the ZipFizz powder into your mouth, close your mouth, let the air settle around your nose and everything for a second, then you can start breathing again. Also, don't panic and freak out, because if you do that, you're going to open your mouth and you're going to breathe and you're going to, choke. Don't do that. So, tension is rising. Well, here we go. How can we ask for another fizz if you don't take this one? Okay, fine. Enough of this. On a dry mouth. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I made one of the typical mistakes, and you probably saw that I responded real quickly, because what you do when you put the ZipFizz in your mouth, it starts to fizz up. You saw me close my mouth, and I gave it a moment before I started to breathe. However, what I also didn't do is I started to, in the back of my throat, I started to breathe a little bit. I started to actually intake in. No. Oh, no. Larco. So anyway. There you go. That's a ZipFizz straight. On a dry mouth, no less. And then, of course, Larco is being a troll and, $5. I should increase the price. First one's $5, and then after that. You guys don't realize that I'm a dad. If I'm off tomorrow, I have things I have to do. I can't just sleep all day and then be brain dead because I was up all night shaking because of all the ZipFizz. There was a time that I did a live stream with Michael Wynn. We added in Curtis after about 30, 45 minutes. I kept Curtis on the live stream for like 4 hours. Made the mistake of adding Kevin, Basic Filmmaker, into it too. And he came in at the end of his day, so he stayed with us. And then Curtis bailed, Michael Wynn bailed. I started taking ZipFizz. I got so wired and hyper that after like 5.5 hours or whatever that stream was, we logged out and called it because he was like, oh, I got to go to sleep. Kevin and I stayed in the back room of StreamYard and talked for like the sun was about to come up. And he's like, look, I have to go to sleep because I have to be up in like 3 hours. And I'm like, yes, I have to also. But I'm like shaking because I'm like wide awake. This is last year during the pandemic. So I'm thinking about it, Larko. I don't want to. Oh, I love how your eyes always water up a bit when you do that. Yeah. I tell you, the ZipFizz, it does have that response and reaction. The flavor doesn't bother me. The fizz doesn't bother me, but it is a full, when I do that, it's like my body says, wait a minute, what are you doing? And the body doesn't like it. But I can handle it. It's no problem. It's just, oh no, Larko, no more. I'm going to start refunding these. Is it possible to even refund? I could put you in timeout. Put a moderator in timeout. I'm not going to do more than 2 ZipFizz. If I do another one, I'm not going to continue to do them. I can't just do that. Okay. Hope you have some water handy for that. ZipFizz was nuts. Okay. Oh, we realize. God knows we won't delay Larko. Remember Anamod. All right. Some people are just evil. Haha. Hey, do you have any tips for editing side of voiceovers? Specifically regarding auditions. The editing side of voiceovers. I will say this. Booth Junkie has a great series if you're into Reaper. The main thing I would say is some people will say do all your editing first and then process it. I mean, some people will say process first. It depends on you. What I usually will do on any other projects I do when I do voiceover is I always start by, and I have a video about how I process my audio for YouTube. I always knock out the noise floor first, which is normally not really much in here anyway. I usually and this, by the way, is not what I'm recommending you do, because if your recording environment is very low noise, it's designed, let's say you have a vocal booth or something like that, then it's going to be very quiet. You don't have to knock out the noise floor because there's not going to really be one. But what I always do, zero out the noise floor because I always cut out a lot of the air anyway. And then I will usually compress up. Larko and American Liberty. Okay, so what I will usually do, I forgot where I was. I'll knock out the noise floor. Then I'll usually add some compression so that way that it's more the same type of level. And then once everything is about the same level, I will, I don't normally do any EQ really. I'll usually do a roll off and roll off the lows. If I add anything, it might be just the tiniest little bit of around 120 on my voice. Usually if I just boost it like a couple of decibels, if that, and then go straight back down by like 100 and then roll off everything. The reason why is that's just a little bit, so that way I sound a little bit more, just a fraction, like the tiniest little bit. I found that just adding that little bitty bit to the low end, right around the low end fundamental in my voice, will give me a little bit, and then I roll off below that. And then since I have no noise floor, and because it's compressed a little bit, usually after I cut it all up and I prepare the entire thing, I'll usually run it through Alphonic Leveler and level everything. That will mean that it basically just is the equivalent of someone riding the volume knob so it stays loud. Now, that's just what I'll do for YouTube processing. What do you mean just these last 2 for the whole 11-hour stream? There's like 6 in there. I'm not going to do 6 ZipFizz. And I made the mistake of opening the thing up again. That shows how terrible I am. Okay. Let me find where I was. Okay, being evil. Let me see. Just take the... Okay, my last question. Have you tried out the new Rycote boom pole? I don't think I've seen you make a video about them yet. What Rycote boom pole? Here's what I will say. I have a prototype of the Rycote boom pole right there. Let's just say I discussed the Rycote boom pole in a 24-minute long video with Rycote, and then I later talked to their head of product design, I believe it was. I basically, in a nutshell, I don't want to give too many details, but what I will say is I basically told them that you're not adding anything to the market with this pole. It's not like K-Techs or modular. It's not like ambients are thinner. It's not like Panamic can't be internally boomed and has the or can't be internally cabled and has the nylon wrap across around it and handmade. It wasn't adding anything. And that's where I'll leave it. When I basically told Rycote, I said, if you make this pole, no one's going to buy it, because there was nothing really drawing people to it. In so many words, I told them they would spend a lot of money on it and they wouldn't have very many sales. And so they scrapped the entire project. So there is no Rycote boom pole anymore. I basically told, they had a few people that had similar opinions, and they had a lot of people talking about things on the inside. I was very brutally honest with them, though. Very direct, very much, this is this, and then I said, look, your poll, as much as I love you, this poll would not represent your brand or add anything to your brand. So I said, you know, it's cool that you have a boom pole. You don't need to do it. Concentrate on Zeppelins, concentrate on your, you know, other products, but that right there. So they scrapped within a week, they scrapped the entire boom pole project. So I told them what they needed to hear. And I think it was partially that I was very brutally honest about it. When I told them, I said, this pole wasn't adding anything. You're going to spend a whole lot of money. As soon as I pointed out the money aspect of it, and I said, as a boom operator, I wouldn't be excited about it in comparison to what else is on the market out there. And I think they saw that I was right in that. Because, yeah, it's one thing to be able to make a boom pole and say, you know, like Rode. Rode makes a few different boom poles, and they say, well, I'm making a cheap one. We're also making one that's like a little bit more premium, a little bit more, it serves a purpose and a niche. Especially for people in Australia. But you're not getting K-Tech or PSC or Loon or Ambient or Panamic or VDB quality. with a road. I'm not taking the entire container of ZipFizzes. And so that's where I'll leave it right there. I love the Rycote brand. I really have a lot of appreciation for Rycote and what they do. But I didn't think that the boom pole that they designed was going to be something that would be a huge thing for them. I looked at it and I said, no, I don't think so. I don't think this is going to be anything that you're going to see a lot of sales from. I don't think you're going to make back the money that you spend in R&D. So I'd say, personally, I would scrap this and I would do something else. So, all right. I'll do one more ZipFizz. I don't need to. I definitely don't need to. I don't need to at all. But if I don't do another one, y'all are going to continue to donate, and still it's going to make me feel bad because I'm going to be looking at these stupid, light up things all over the screen. And yes, who doesn't love money? That's awesome. But I don't need to continue to. I'm not going to take any more after this. So if you decide you're going to donate anything more, you can donate $1,000 if you want to. I ain't doing another one. All right? Yes, Alejandro. I already said I was going to. I'm going to do it. Okay, we have 6 flavors here. Citrus, pink lemonade, orange, blueberry raspberry, fruit punch, and lemon. What are we going to do? Alejandro, believe it or not, it's going to be fine. I usually have 2 ZipFizz a day. I knew I was doing this live stream today. I anticipated doing up to 2. And ZipFizz are actually, they're natural. They are good. They will energize you, sure, but I'll be fine. As soon as we're done with this stream, I'll go over there and jump on the exercise bike and I'll go crazy. Matthew, I don't know if you're still here or not. All right, those are the flavors, though. Citrus, blue raspberry, pink lemonade, orange soda, fruit punch, and lemon. I'm not working tomorrow, Alejandro. Instead of say, ooh, the blueberry sounds good. That's turned it around for you. Don't submit to peer pressure. You can't be bought. Yeah, I know. And that's, the truth is, like I said, I know now how these live streams go. That's one of the reasons I don't do them on work nights. I will do them tomorrow. What do I have? Let's see. What did I do today? I'll tell you this. The chat revenue from this stream is going to be nice because, and I'll tell you, I had a court. I went to court today. I'll tell you about that in a second. Alan can be bought. Okay. Alan can be bought. Yeah, there you go. Let me tell you about that. Actually, let me first. Okay. I have one person. I have one person saying the blueberry raspberry one sounds good. So tell me, unless somebody else would rather another flavor, blueberry raspberry or something else. You tell me. Lemon, orange soda, fruit punch, pink lemonade, or citrus. Now, I will say this. Whenever I do a live stream on a work night, I am always strict about no ZipFizz. I've already had them earlier in the day. I'm not working tomorrow. Tomorrow, the only thing I have is one of my daughters has like a graduation tomorrow, and then I have a dentist appointment at 3. That's what I have going on. So, and then I'll probably after that try to record something. So blue raspberry it is. So we pay to see Alan explain why he won't do it. You donate to see me not do a ZipFizz now. You see me, you donate to see my excuses. Okay. The 2 is the cap. I'm not gonna I was about to say, I was about to say something. I'm not going to say it. Okay, so we have a blue raspberry here. Okay, because, and as soon as I'm done with this, I'll tell the story about court. Just read on the blog of the Flat Earth Society. We have members all over the globe. Yeah. I don't have the money in this, so I don't have a say. Okay, don't submit unless it's for the blueberry. Blueberry raspberry. We pay to see Alan explain. Okay. Hello, Sound Speeds. Hello, Famed. How's it going? Lemon sounds really good too. Well, I've already opened this one. Get an EpiPen ready. It's not necessary, trust me. But please have some water with the ZipFizz. I will chase it down with the tonic water. How's that? Nothing better than tonic water to go with the ZipFizz. If this were here, I was going to say, one of the combinations I always do is I will have like that much tonic water, and then I will add a ZipFizz to it. And man, that's like one of my favorite combinations in the world. I'll mess with you right now then. I will say, Larko, I have car work that I have to get done this weekend. If you want to see me do another ZipFizz when this tonic water gets down to there, after I do too, you're going to have to pay for my car work. And I will add a ZipFizz to it. I will add a ZipFizz to it when it's that low. I will do that. But that's only because it gets me car work. And this is the stupidest thing in the world to say. It's funny. All right. You know what? What? I can't even read this. You know what you want? 2 more. No, I don't. Don't you dare make him take another one. Is ZipFizz like an energy drink? Yes, it is. It's got like 2,500 milligrams of B12, which is like almost 42,000% of your daily. And it's only 11. Wait a minute. It's not really. Oh, wait. I did start the live stream at 9, didn't I? I thought I started it at 10. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. Thanks for answering my questions. Greatly appreciate it. As a boom operator and sound mixer, love your channel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And there's yeah, 1550. Yeah, that'll be the price. Yeah, exactly. Larko, if you want to do that, I would say send it to me in a don't do that because YouTube's going to take 30% of it or whatever. Don't do that. If you actually want to do that, I will do another ZipFizz for you when the tonic water gets down to there. If you want to pay for that car work, and I'm not kidding, just because it's ridiculous, and I've never done 3 ZipFizzes in like an hour. All right, so there you go. No, he should have that money. Is that all it is B12? No, there's other like other vitamins in there. I take, knock on wood. I don't like, that's not wood. Where's some wood? Here's some wood. I don't normally get sick. If I do, it's usually very minor. The part of the reason is because I'm, believe it or not, pretty healthy. Aside from the extra weight on there, the last time I went to the doctor, he did a whole bunch of blood tests. I was convinced he was going to find that I had I had 6 months to live and I was going to have parasites all over the place because I hadn't seen a doctor in like 15 years. And he did a whole bunch of blood work. And he looked at me when the results came back and said, I'll tell you this, aside from the extra weight you have on you, here's the low, here's high, and here's the center area that's normal. And almost all of my results were right in there. There was a couple that were a little bit over the side, but every single thing was within normal. And most of them were centered near normal. And the doctor was like, aside from the extra weight, you're actually healthy. And he said, I would say you got, lose the extra weight, but at the same time, whatever you're doing, keep it up. And I was like, I think I want a second opinion because I was like, you can't be serious. But the blood work, was there. And it said, and here's the thing. The God's honest truth of it is that the way that it works is, blood work and stuff like that, it goes on the inside. Just because someone's skinny doesn't mean they're healthy. They could be starving themselves of nutrients. You can see I don't starve myself very much. Uh, um, but at the same time, I can still keep up with people when I do a walk and talk and go backwards. Sure, I'll be winded by the end of it, but I will still do the thing and be fine. I'll recover and do another take, and it'll be fine. But the blood work is there. Now, granted, I do have every intention of actually starting up a better routine. I'm about to start a Rebel Wilson movie, and I know that she has changed her lifestyle and she's slimmed down a whole lot. And I think that as soon as I start that movie next week, I'm going to see on the 8 weeks that I'm on that show what I can do. And I'm going to use her excuse because I'll tell you this. I also years and years ago, I did there was for charity. There was a woman and her son that were the only people. She didn't have any siblings. She didn't have any living parents or any family or whatever else. And she had her son and didn't have a father in her life, in the boy's life. And then the mom got into a car crash and the boy had nothing. So the county I was living in at the time did a Biggest Loser competition for her, and they accepted sponsors and stuff like that, where I went back into my martial art training regime and I went full-fledged crazy and did not have any sugar. I was like working out like a fiend. I lost something like 25% of my body weight, which was at the time it was like 70 pounds almost. It was like 69 and a half pounds. And I got down to like 210 from 280, I think it was at the beginning, and took the competition, won the competition. She got the most donations and stuff. They got the most donations, and it went towards a charity. That's the reason why I did that, because I was like, some of it was like, based on the percentage of weight that was lost, it would be like for every percent, we'll donate this amount. And for the winner. And so I was like, well, geez, that's a good thing. So if companies are going to be donating and stuff like that, so I went crazy. I was like, I'm going to win this thing because it would be a good idea, but at the same time, I'm going to also help the charity. I like charities. I'm a big person into charities. So, anyway, let me address this. So this is about to be 5,000 milligrams of B12. There's other vitamins here, but then where I was going with this is that I take a whole combination of vitamins in the morning. It's like a bunch of pills. I don't need to, because when I was perfectly healthy, all I was taking was a multivitamin every day. But one of the reasons why I think I've avoided all of the health issues, I don't have sniffles, I don't have whatever issues because of even during the pandemic, I think one of the reasons why is because I take a lot of vitamins and because I stay relatively healthy. I mean, aside from, eating garbage, I'll sit down with a plate of bacon and chow down. I will eat carbs too much and that kind of thing. But aside from that, I will actually, I'm actually healthy. So aside from that, aside from the extra weight, surprisingly enough, doctor says I'm healthy. So like I said, I should get a second opinion. Anyway, let me go ahead and do this. Is that it, B12? Okay. Would you recommend Aero Zoom sound pads for noise filtering? I don't know what that is. And yes, YouTube takes 30% of all super chats. Supreme Broadcast, Heart 210 is great. I don't know what that means. Working outdoors during summer in Georgia is weight loss program, but it's someone stalling. Is weight loss program all by itself? Yes, it is. You're right. Was it 220 1 year ago, started COVID, then gained weight? Yeah. I think because everyone was home more. Yeah. But you know what? I'm planning on, I want to get slimmer again. It's so funny. If you watch this channel, 2017 was when I started it. At the beginning of the year, I just started something that I called the 100 diet, where I would only, I'm not stalling. Stall speeds. You know what? Remind me. I'll talk about this in a second. Okay, here we go. That time I let the froth build. and then powered it down. So there we go. Okay. Okay, so how to donate without YouTube taking any of it? Well, if you go to, what is it? I'll post a link. If you go here, it's soundspeeds.us/contribute. If you go there, there's a Venmo at the bottom, and there's also PayPal. If you do the PayPal email address, I'll get that, and then PayPal takes a little piece. But those are the options. I think you can also just PayPal my email address directly, and if you want to do it as a family of friends or whatever, you can do that too. But I think the legit way to actually do it, at least the first time, is to do it the regular way through PayPal. And like I said, that's the legit way if you're using their service. So whole time I'm drinking Bud Light 16-ounce Soft Speeds. You post a lot of helpful videos and useful information. I haven't once turned it into one of these streams because I'm from the UK and the time zones are quite far apart. Yeah. You took it, dear God. Yes, I did. Good. At least you had with the tonic water. Yeah. And you know what? I tell you, tonic water is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful combination to have with ZipFizz. Not quite. Yep. There you go. This is going to sit there for a while. Car work, Larko. If you want to do it, you want to troll? Let's take your trolling level up a level. Now, there's a good question for you. What camera are you using? Let me address that. In the comments below, you will see that I say, whenever I do a live stream, like right now, I'm using the Logitech C920. When I first started this channel, that's what I was using. After a while, I bought an FZ80, which is like Panasonic Lumix fixed lens FZ80. Sorry, I'm muting it because all that ZipFizz combination with tonic water is combining, let's say, and making a lot of bubbles. So I got the FZ80, then I bought a G7, the Panasonic Lumix G7. Now, the Lumix G7, I did one of those little tricks on. The, what is it called? It's like a little hack that you can do on it, which allows it to record more than like 15 minutes in 4K. And I did that. I did that little, the little trick so that way when you turn off the camera, it does an the exclamation point with the little warning sign. ZipFizz is starting to affect my brain. So when you do that, though, or the camera just had this issue beforehand, what will happen? What happened is if you put it on a subject and you hit record, what will sometimes happen is the lens will almost like do almost like it's loose, but it's not. And it will suddenly go brighter real quickly, and it will pop out like 10 mils or something like that. When that happens, it stops recording instantly. Now, I do have the little switch on the inside turned so that way it does not do the, so that it does not, what was I saying here? Brain is like going 3,000 miles an hour and my voice can't keep up. Uh, I totally lost my train of thought. Oh, um, it will suddenly just jump off and stop recording whenever that happens. And you don't have to be touching it. It will just stop recording. So what I always have to do whenever I record using that camera in the field is I will have one of my daughters go out there, which my 5-year-old, if you watch the video I did last week, you'll see that my 5-year-old was there. You'll hear her go, oh, in the background when I'm sticking things to the wall. She'll make little comments. When I did my April Fool's Day video where I was using the sledgehammer at the end, you'll hear her, making her comments because it's very hard to quiet a 5-year-old. But one of the things I do have her trained to do is watching for that little record red light. If it disappears, Daddy, the red light's gone. And she knows that it flashes in a pulse. So I tell her, and then she's like, she knows that it will shut off. And if it shuts off, then it's errored and I have to restart the recording. But what she will do is she'll watch it for me. And I will sometimes also bring one of my other daughters out there. And when I did the, I think it was the DD HDTX video. No. It was the original Deity Connect video. That's what it was, I believe. I had my oldest daughter out when I was doing the walk-around test around the buildings. And then I said my daughter's in the car holding the camera. I put the camera up on my dash and walked down the way. That was one daughter. You've seen all three of my daughters were actually in my Gollum Juice video, which was like 2 or 3 years ago. And my middle daughter was in my Deity Connect video when I threw the Connect up in the air and it hit the ground and went slamming. So anyway, that explains a little bit about that. Now before I did the ZipFizz, I was going to say, before the stall speeds, I was going to say something. I was going to talk about, court. Let me tell the court story before I answer your question about the car work. So, as you guys know, last year, well, if you follow my channel, last year in January, and I recently posted in the community tab, Brian Miller from American Liberty, you're ridiculous, but I love you. To drink the rest of the water now. Well, you're just paying me to take tonic water. That's easy. Let me tell this at least first. So Brian Miller on his channel, he recently interviewed me, and I talked about this to a certain degree, but I've also talked about this in live streams last year. The thing about last year and me was, as of the second week of January 2020, I finished up my project and no longer had a project. And I think that day played only like a total of 4 days on like Doom Patrol and maybe I think that was the only show I did. I had projects lined up, but then when the pandemic shutdown happened, they went away. So I was without a full-time job for 9 months, and I had only worked a few days, which is the reason why I was selling cables, and that's the reason why I was also doing, I did the sound utility class and things like that. I was trying to just pay bills and stuff like that and do whatever I could. So I did that. I got back to work at the very last week of September and then started Black Lightning. Now, right before I started back to Black Lightning, Tenet came out. And being that it got so much emphasis and so much push from the film industry, and people were talking about it, people were talking about the mix and everything, and we have to go see it. And even though Christopher Nolan movies quite, Christopher Nolan even was at some point, he said, you don't have to hear every word of the dialogue. So that's one of the reasons why his mixes sound the way that they do. Anyway, he discovered, I think, in his mixes that the lower frequencies can be a lot of fun and rumble the building and stuff. So I think he doesn't have a problem with them. I don't know this for certain. I'm just going off of some of the rumors I'd heard. So anyway, my sound mixer for Black Lightning said, I'm going to buy my team tickets to go see Tenet at the IMAX at the Mall of Georgia. So we were on our way. Because I hadn't had a full-time job in 9 months, and I tend to be, let's just say, accelerate faster and brake harder than I should. I don't necessarily just speed out of control or go crazy or anything like that. I'm not a teenager anymore. But what I will say is that I did this. I was driving, and because I didn't really have an income, I was trying to use cruise control whenever I could. And so I had my car in cruise control. But going down a hill, I realized that, I was like, wait a minute, this feels like it's a little on the fast side. I look down, I'm going 58 in a 45. I hit the brakes, because I realized cruise control was failing me, because the car normally, it's a stick shift. And so normally it will pull back a little bit. It will slow down. It doesn't just coast. It will slow down a little bit if you just take the clutch off and you ride the clutch. It will slow down even going slightly downhill, depending on the gear you have it in. And I had it in 6th gear. And so I look down and see it's going 58 and a 45, and I hit the brakes and then slow down, finish going down the hill, start going up the hill, and a cop pulls up behind me, pulls me over. And at this point, I'm extremely nervous because I'm like, oh man, at this point, I haven't had an income for 9 months. I'm like, this ticket's going to be what? Some crazy astronomical, like $700-800. So I'm like, great, this is just going to be outrageous, and I'm not going to have the money for it. It's going to be nuts, and plus, it's just frustrating because I was relying on cruise control and it failed me. Yes, I understand I was driving. I understand what that means. Anyway, so I know I'm to blame, but I'm nervous and go ahead and take the ticket and stuff. But because of the COVID shutdowns, they kept pushing the court date. They kept pushing it over and over and over and over and over again. Now it's been 9 months. Today was my court date, and they did not cancel it. So I go in there today, and the fee it was actually very low, a lot lower than I was expecting to be, only $180. So I go in there, and because she got me for 60 in a 45, which is 15 miles an hour over, which means that it would be, 4 points on a driver's license, something like that, and it's only one mile per hour over what it would be to not be any points and not be reported basically to your insurance company. Well, as I mentioned, I could have sworn I hit that gas, or not the gas. I hit the brake at 58. I look when I was like, I'm going a little on the fast side here, going down this hill. I look at it, I see 58, I instantly hit the brakes. So in my mind, I am absolutely positive and being dead honest that I was going no faster than 58 in a 45, according to what I saw on my odometer, on my speedometer rather. So when I got to court today, it's the arraignment. And I don't want to have to take more time off work or anything like that to get on a show. It's going to cost me money. I would rather not do that and just be done with this thing. So what I did is I said, I will plead guilty to 58 and a 45 and pay the full fine today, if you'll do that. And she looked at me and said, it's going to depend on your driving history, and it's going to depend on if you. And she says, if your driving history, if I'm willing to do this, then it would cost you an extra 25% of your fine. So it'd be like $215. And knowing that it's going to help our insurance for the next, 35 months or whatever else, I'm like, yeah, I'll do that. Sure, no problem. And so she says, okay. And she goes, she sends somebody back there to go and check. Person comes back and says, okay, so I'm not going to go 58 in a 45, but I will go 59 in a 45 and take 1 mile an hour off, which means that you're not going to have the increased, you're not going to have points on your license, but that will be what I'll be willing to do. And I said, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. That's acceptable to me. So I paid the extra $35 or whatever else. So basically $215 is what I spent today in court. Now that is a secret. That is a trick that you can use sometimes if you're right. Cruise control isn't the safest thing that they could put in vehicles. It also puts your mind at ease, and you take your feet off the pedals. So you're right. It's not the safest thing. But I wasn't going very far, and I honestly usually keep my foot right there on the brake anyway. And I won't use it if it's busy, like on a busy road. But anyway, so that is something you can use. If you are right at the cusp of two different speeds or whatever, you can go in and say, I will plead guilty to a lesser charge or to a lesser speed, but I'll still pay the full fine. And, in my defense, I would be telling the God's honest truth if they were to say, no, you're going to have to go to trial on this or whatever. And if I were in front of the judge and he were to say, were you going, what speed do you believe you were going? I could be God's honest truth and say, I believed I was going no faster than 58. Because when my speedometer hit 58, that's when I hit the brakes. Because I felt like I was going a little on the fast side. I knew what the speed limit was. That's when I hit it. And so anyway, what I was saying here is the chat revenue from this stream, I very much appreciate because it's basically going to go towards paying my speeding fine today, which I very much appreciate. Let me check my email real quick because I don't think. Thank you very much, Alternative Airlines. I'm sure that's who it was. And get the results of my COVID test from earlier today. But considering that I'm not being contacted and called about contact tracing or whatever else, then I'm sure I passed the thing with flying colors. Okay. Thank you very much for the donation there, Alternative Airlines. So I very much appreciate that. So let me address something else that's really cool. And let me bring this back up here. Okay. So you mentioned cameras a little bit ago. I was decided on getting the Sony ZV-1. I was like, you know what? I'm going to get that camera. It's going to be amazing. And because I had seen Gerald Undone's video about it, and then I'd seen multiple videos on Worth It or Not, Andre's channel. He was in here a little while ago. And I've talked to Andre about it. I was like, you know what? I'm going to buy this thing. And looking at Camel, holy crap. American Liberty, dude. Thank you very much. Dang. So you just want this. You don't even want a ZipFizz in there. I will gladly do the end of this for you, man. Thank you very much, man. Congrats on 4 years, man. I really appreciate that. And that was to you, brother. So yeah, very, very generous of American Liberty. Absolutely. So let me, I had been convinced to get the Sony ZV-1. And I said, you know what? I'm going to wait until my credit card rolls over a new cycle. The day it rolled over, I was doing some work here, and then I was like, okay, it rolled over, my credit card closed, and it was like 2 a.m. I said, I'm going to go on Amazon, I'm going to buy it, and the price had gone up by $50. I am one of those cheap people that says, no, I'm not going to buy that thing for an extra $50. Go back down. So I bring up camel.com, which is right here on my screen. I'm looking at it right now. I hit refresh because it's still sitting on the ZV-1, and it's still listed as $748 on Amazon. And it went up from $698 the day I was going to buy it. And me being overly cheap and said, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. So I started doing a bunch of searches on YouTube. Love YouTube. And started to look up. Thanks to American Liberty for paying off that XM8500. That's a funny story. Bought the XM8500 from Ping Pong. Asked him to send it on the small box of Priority Mail, which was like $8.95 or something like that. He says, oh no, it's not going to fit there. It's going to have to fit in the medium box, which is like $14.95. And I'm like, for a $21 microphone, fine, whatever. But then he takes it in the original box it comes in and ships it to me. So it's like $22, $23. So for an XM8500 that was broken, which is the one I used in the Fire XM8500 video, I ended up spending over twice the cost of that microphone, which was supposedly broken, on that microphone just to be able to show it sparking and to talk about that. Like I said, I'm not the most responsible with my money. I just buy ridiculous stuff. Anyway, so I started watching videos about what out there, what is out there, and what would be great for me on this channel. And again, I talked to Andre and decided on the DJI Pocket 2. And that's what this thing is. It has a gimbal built in, so I can look at myself with this thing. And I think Andre said if I go do, yeah, there it goes. It turns around and looks the other way. So I can dial in on something. But because it's a gimbal, it will stabilize. Now I'm not in the right mode. I need to figure out the modes. Follow. Okay, so supposedly, yeah, it's actually level. It's doing this number. Anyway, this is going to help me to do some cool things. Like, for example, one of the ideas I have is putting this on the end of a boom pole. You see where I'm going with that? So I can very easily have this little doodad here, which I'm intentionally, I've got it in a different mode. Let me go to follow mode. Oh, geez, I just hit the gimbal. But you see, this is DJI, so it's the same exact company that makes the drones. Whoa, what did I just do? Oh, it's because I have it on the horizon. It's tilt locked now. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Oh, it is doing it. It didn't look like it was doing it for a second. FPV, first person view. I don't know what that means. It's gradually, slowly going. Anyway, though, do. It's this button. Now it's going to turn around and look at me. So I can actually probably put this thing on my car and do a live stream from my car. And it would be relatively, if I go in, for example, on my face and say, I don't know if you can see this or not. Let me go do right here real quick. Turn this thing around. Now I can't even see it. I could try just to be fun and see if I can use my front-facing camera on my phone to see where my button is. Okay. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong screen. Let me try this. It's the most terrible way in the world to do this. Where's the button? Okay, that's my face. Are you following my face? No, I didn't hit the button right. Anyway, you get where I'm going with this. I can lock it on my face. Now, one of the things that I also thought was really cool about this is now it's in regular just face mode. I look like a real cinematic influencer now. No, it's just going to be whatever. This company here makes drones, which have the same kind of gimbal, 3-axle gimbal. Why is it looking down? What mode did I have this thing in now? Follow mode. Okay, so it's going to follow whatever's on the screen. Look at me. So hopefully it will dial in on me and follow. I don't know if it's doing it or not. But anyway, so it looks like an electric toothbrush. Yeah, and also there's, but the whole thing is actually very small. If I take the little module off the bottom here, the actual thing is very small. But this has a wireless module. You can put it on a tripod. You can charge out the bottom there, or you can charge out the back here. But one of the other things it has is audio. And there's also, this is one of the things I thought was kind of cool too. It has a built-in microphone there, but it also has a built-in port right there. You can plug in a microphone. Now, they say plug in a lapel mic. So let me see if I were, let me maybe put this thing into tilt lock mode. Let me see, put this into FPV. No, put it into follow mode. I will choose my face. And here's what I want to do a trial here, and I will upload this to YouTube and see how well this does. But what I'm curious about, because supposedly this little doodad here wirelessly sends audio directly to the DJI camera here, the Pocket 2. So what I'm going to do is plug in the Deity WLab Pro. I don't know if it's going to plug in or not because this is designed for a screw type end. But what I'm curious about is if I were to plug this in right here, let me plug this in high enough that way you can see it on the camera. And because it's a tan version, I don't know if I need to turn this thing on. Let me see. Turn this thing on. Because I want to see if it will send audio. This thing has 4 microphones built into it. Would need slightly bigger nostrils. Okay, maybe it's this. Oh, there you go. The on button is the switch right there. So let's see, updating the mic. This will take 1 minute. Don't power off the pocket. So right there. And notice it's still turning around and looking at me. So what this is doing, subject loss. I'm right here. See, follow me. I'm right here. Hello, camera. I'm turning around. I'm right here. Follow my face. Oh, whatever. It's in the process of updating the microphone. But what I'm curious about is if I go into the audio settings and set this, it looks like an ET robot. Yeah. But here's what I'm curious about. If it does take this microphone right here, and I can take this little pack and throw it on my belt or something like that, I can directly record audio on this. I'm curious as to what kind of quality it's going to be. So if it will transmit from here to the, which is what they supposedly say you can do with it online, update microphone, do not. This will take approximately 1 minute. But here's what I'm curious about. If I were to take this and I'm going to put this, oops, it just went a different color. Mic power remaining 100%, update successful. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this right over here so you can see it. And I'm going to go slide up. Where is the audio? Oops, that's not it. I don't want to do that. Where's the audio? Nope, that's not it. There. Accessories, more. That's not it. Here. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Accessories. Okay. Maybe it's over there. Go up. Left and right. Nope. Down. It's supposed to be not that mode, not that mode, not that mode. Oh, there you go. Microphone. Disconnect the wireless mic. No. Maybe it automatically switches to that whenever it's connected. Let's just go with that and let's try this. Okay, I'm going to turn this thing around on myself. And if I'm going to set this thing to track my face. Oops, check my face. So, we're going to do this as part of the live stream, and then I'll upload the audio here in a second. Okay. Recording in progress. Press and hold the button to stop. Okay, fine. Go away. Now, I am now doing this test live on the live stream. I am using a Deity WLab Pro microphone right here, and supposedly it's going to be transmitting the audio from here to the camera. And that is the camera that I'm over here with right now. And I have it in face tracking mode, and I'm taking this, which is a 3-axle gimbal camera, the DJI Pocket 2. This is just a test to see if I can indeed use the Deity WLab Pro going into this transmitter and transmit it to this camera. Now, this is a gimbaling camera. We're going to see how well the quality is. And I don't think the audio, I probably need to put it into setting, in the correct setting for this lighting, because right now I don't think it's into pro mode. But I'll do that later, and I'll play with it and see how well we do it. But for right now, this is a proof of concept. So if you're watching this video on YouTube, that's all this is. And we're doing this live on a live stream, so you can watch the live stream from May 19th and see me do this at approximately 2 hours and 47.5 minutes into the live stream. But this is just a proof of concept to see if this DJI Pocket 2, because this is a test, we'll put the link down in the description if you want to check it out, if this audio is going to be worth it for my audio if I do a video. Plain and simple. So if I go out on location and I do use this audio setup as part of this camera and I record something, is it going to be worthwhile, or am I completely wasting my time and I still need to record something external? Anyway, there you go. There's your audio test. That's it. Okay, so what I'll do is I will upload that to YouTube and we'll give it a test and we'll see how well this is. I'm going to turn this off for right now because I don't need to... Oops, I'm recording again. That was a wrong thing. Wrong thing to hit. So there we go. Whoa, there you go. It's turning itself off. That's the way this camera is supposed to work. So here you go. Right there. It's clicked into place. And now what I'm going to do is disconnect the Slav. And I am going to take the memory card out and upload that to YouTube, and we will see. Where's the memory card to take out? There we go. So we're going to see if the audio is actually good. And I'm not going to listen to this audio clip. I'm just going to simply upload it. And we're going to let you guys be the judge of it. And I am going to stay completely out of it. I want you to watch it. I want you to tell me what your thoughts are about this audio. And then later I'll go back and I'll watch this video. But here we go. I'm going to put this in the computer. Reminds me of what my doctor uses when he does cavity searches. I will take your word on that, homie. Okay. So, there's two videos here. One's at 11:49 p.m. That's what this one is. Okay. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to upload this video directly to YouTube. Actually, let me copy it to my desktop first. So I'll upload from there. Folder, DJI test. Okay. Now, let me see. I don't know what this is going to do to my frame rate. Supposedly, I have a good connection right now. So I'm going to go ahead and upload this video live right now to YouTube, and we will see what happens and what your thoughts are about this. And so there it's uploading the video. If this goes to complete garbage, I do apologize, but hopefully it won't take too long. I will throw this up on YouTube and we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, I will be very interested to hear your thoughts about this. If it does do what I'm hoping it will do, and if it doesn't, then I'll just have to record separately on some sort of an external recorder. Like I've been using the HDTX, but who knows, perhaps in the future, Deity will release some sort of a recording type thing that will allow me to record off of a lav, and I will have that as an option to use. We will see. Let me... Okay, there we go. So now what I'm doing is I'm saving a couple of things. I'm just, all I'm doing is, while we're live here, I'm uploading these. Let me see what my chats are. Good morning from South Africa. Greetings and salutations. Thank you for popping in here and checking out what we're doing here live, which is very ridiculous. But we are doing a few tests. And I just got through testing a video to see if it is the new camera, what my thoughts are on it. We're going to get your thoughts and opinions about the audio, if it is worthwhile in me doing audio directly to this camera when I do some sort of a live stream, or do I still need to do some sort of an external type sorry. So do I need to record my audio separately, or or is the recording of the audio directly through the Deity WLAV Pro into the microphone module, this little doodad here, on the DJI Pocket 2 going straight to the camera, if that's worthwhile, if that is indeed something that is worth it for me to do on this channel. Where did I put that memory card? There it is. So I will take the memory card since it is now transferred all the files, and I will put this back in this camera. And I'm fine with either way. I would like honest feedback here. It is currently uploading, and the video will be done uploading in about 2 minutes. So, but that's the purpose behind my buying this thing is hopefully we'll do some cool content with this and some things that you can't necessarily do with larger or other types of cameras. So in the meantime, we will see what happens. But let me tidy up a little bit as this thing is uploading. And it's going to be uploaded very soon. Here we go. And let me just write what this is. This is a quick test to see if the DDW Lav Pro Lav mic will work with the DJI Pocket 2 remote audio transmitter. And this is part of a live this test is part of a live stream I did on May 19th, 2021. Timestamp below. Once soon after the stream ends. Okay, sorry, I know this isn't the most exciting thing. Okay. I'm sorry. This will be done here in a brief moment here. I know this isn't exciting. I do apologize, but I'll be back with you in a second. Then I do have some more announcements. This is going to be cool. Okay. Let me... What am I doing here? Oh, yeah. There's this. That's one. That's two. And there we go. Okay, so this test should be up here in the next few minutes. It's going to be done with its processing. And then we will have a really cool test. I would be very interested. And I'm doing this blind. I do not know how this is going to sound. So we will see how it sounds live together. And I want your thoughts and opinions about this as soon as this thing goes. So... sorry, I know I'm being silent. I'm being very bored. Boring. Okay. I will... YouTube requires you to do so much stuff. Submit rating. None of the above. Next. Okay. Checks. No copyright issues. And we are going public on this video right now. Publishing. So we're going to see what your thoughts and opinions are on this camera. Keep in mind, it's not color corrected or anything like that. So it is just what it is. And we will see live what your thoughts are and opinions about this lav. So the lav going into the camera directly with the audio. So tell me what your thoughts are. I am now jumping back into the chat so I can see what your thoughts are on this chat. All right. I'll do my best. Okay. Sorry, John. Alan is all fizzed out. Oh, no. Good morning, Fizz. Or is he? Canon PowerShot series, great cameras. Yeah. Great for walks and talks if you have a gimbal for camera, Steadicam. I'll post a quality video to the Discord. More announcements. Yes, I do have more announcements. But right now the video is live. So please tell me what your thoughts are about the audio on this right here. Does it sound okay? Does it not sound okay? I don't know how this is going to sound. I have not done this test before. I just got this thing a little bit ago. But if it sounds like something I can just go straight into the camera and can bypass anything, audio sounds funny. Okay. I may remove this video then as soon as the stream is over. But anyway, that's it also is me not setting it up at all. It's just me recording it and putting it straight on the thing. So maybe I'll have to listen to it and see what thoughts are. But right now I'm putting things away, so while you're checking it out, we'll see what the thoughts are. Okay. Actually, you know what? Since we're here, I might as well watch the video right now and listen to it. The audio sounds like someone locked you in a basement. Okay. Let me see what happened. I don't know that it... You know what? It didn't... I don't know that it used that lav. I don't know that it used the lav. Because when I turned my head and looked at the lav, it goes on axis, which is very early in the video. Yeah, if you watch it at 12 seconds in, it didn't take the lav. So, I guess that's because of the locking connector. It did not actually take to it. So it doesn't have the processing you're using now, and it's a bit more ambient room distant. I think what it was, if you watch 12 seconds into the video, I turn my head right there at it. And when I do that, it goes directly it goes on axis to the microphone. So I don't think it took the DADW lav. I could maybe use the V lav because it doesn't have a locking connector. Maybe that. Or maybe I could use a non-locking, if they even make one, a non-locking connector for the WLAV Pro. I don't know if DAD makes one. I don't know. I have to figure it out. But anyway, that's the audio test. And I figure I got my own answer. I should have just done that. But so yeah, you don't need to watch it if you want to. I mean, if you want to click one of the affiliate links below, you can, and check out any of the memory card or the DJI Pocket 2 that I'm using. I should actually set the video up and do it properly sometime. Video quality isn't too bad for something so small. Also, it was set for 1080p mode. And again, if I set it up and use it in pro mode, which is what I should do, truth be known, if I like right now it's on me. If I were to scroll pro mode on. Okay. So now if I click pro, I should be able to go to white balance. It's set to auto. I want to go to manual on it. And now I can set it to the proper, what is that? What is the light? Is it 5600? I think my lighting in here is set to 5600. So that should be a better audio. Okay. Audio right there. Anyway, my thought and idea for this would be to use this little doodad here hardlined as the webcam. So that would be another idea that I could use this thing for and just connect it up and go straight webcam. I'm going to be doing some testing about that as well. So this little doodad here, the little microphone right there on top, that's where I believe we were hearing the off-axis sound. It sounded more axis 12 seconds in when I did this number. I turned my head. So we'll see what happens. Isn't that a microphone input in the side handle of the camera? It is. But the question I have is right there. If I use the remote piece, which is also right here, could I take this and plug in a lav right there and put it on my belt? And that way I step away from this thing, put this on a tripod, it will track me. Or put this on the end of a boom pole and watch the flex of a boom pole, for example. I could be really ridiculous and hard mount a boom with this up on the end of a boom and then drive someplace and have a poor man's drone. I could do that if I wanted to be really ridiculous, which would not be surprising for me to do on the channel. I like to do ridiculous things. But the gimbal is very smooth. Okay, well, let me check it out real quick. And obviously, I'm being pretty ridiculous with it. Yeah, aside from the fact that it's me on camera, and the white balance isn't set correctly, I could actually use it in one of the better modes. That way it's more smooth. I could actually set it to track better on my face. Anyway. Okay, let me get to the other announcements here and stop playing with this camera thing. Could I attach it to a DJI drone? No. It is a standalone recorder thing. However, DJI drones are actually, they have a very similar, if not the exact same camera on them. There is some drone stuff. I'll put the bug in your ear. I talked to Andre at Worth It or Not. If you follow me on Twitter, you see that I was thinking about getting a drone because I thought that, like, if I did a wireless test and set a base station up someplace, it'd be really cool to jump in my car and have a cool tracking shot of me going farther and farther away, where you can see off in the distance is the microphone, and then maybe a reverse shot of the car driving away or something like that. But then Andre said, "Oh, you should get a Part 107 drone unmanned aircraft license if you're going to get a drone, because the FAA is starting to crack down on people not using those, and you don't want to have a fine." And instantly I said, all right, halt on buying a drone. So what I decided to do is sign up for a drone course. Well, it's a Part 107 training course for unmanned aircraft pilot licenses. So I signed up for that course. I just signed up last night. I'm only a few % into it. They've only just gotten into some of the bare bones basic things. I'm going to, in my spare time, which there is none, going to start studying and try to become a drone pilot. And if I do, then I will go ahead and buy a drone and we'll get some cool tracking shots like that. But right now, because that would be the reason I'd buy it, is I'd buy it first for increased quality in the live stream, or not the live streams. I'm not gonna have a drone floating in the air as my live stream camera. That would be the kind of ridiculous thing I'd do. Zzz, right next to me. Well, it's too loud. Let me try a different microphone. No, I would. What I will end up doing is I will do some cool tracking shots where I might do some wireless tests or something like that. You have a drone inject you with ZipFizz. Yes, that would be exactly what I need to do. What I would do is I would do some cool shots with the drone, because I think it would be really cool. One of the ideas I had when I was doing that longest boom pole in the world video for the Rode NTG8 and Rycote WS11 windshield, when I did that video, I kept looking up at that and thinking it would be so cool to have a drone right on top of the boom and microphone hovering right next to it, looking at me way down below, and the microphone up there in the foreground. I kept thinking that would be really awesome. And if I had a GPS stabilized drone hovering up there, I could just put it up there and then do that and record some cutaways. So I thought that'd be really cool to do. And there's been other times that I've done similar videos and said, you know what, it would be cool to have. So that's the reason why I am now looking into getting a Part 107 license and getting that drone license and then buying the drone, because I want to be FAA certified to fly unmanned aircraft before I go and get a drone, because I want to do things legally and legitly. And I don't want there to be any risk, and might as well do it the right way. I like doing things the right way. That's why I don't pirate things. I buy things. That's the reason why, I just, legit is the way to go, especially if you have a family, especially if you have I'll admit it. When I was young and I was a kid in high school, and Napster came out, I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. And I started downloading a whole bunch of music and stuff. And then I was like, oh, that's not legal. Huh. And then pretty much after it finally occurred to me that wasn't really legal, I said, well, what all have I downloaded? And I started buying the music. And then I ended up doing a DJ gig at Stone Mountain, and driving home, I stopped at Blockbuster Video. And I kept looking at the gear in the back through the rearview mirror, and the entire drive home. And when I was at the Blockbuster Video inside, I kept looking at the thing in the back, and the bag with all my music CD library in there. I kept looking at it, and so I knew it wasn't going away. When I got back in there after picking up the Blockbuster Videos and was driving home, when I got back to the house, I realized as I was backing in, I heard a thud. And I was like, what is that thud? So I jump out of the pickup truck. I drive around the back and realize that the back of the pickup truck had fallen down. Amps, speakers, everything was still intact, but the CD, the multiple 120, 200, whatever CD things I had, which was all the different CDs I had, completely gone. That entire, the like 10, 12, whatever cases I had that was in this huge big wheeled luggage bag, all of those completely fell out the back at some point. So I retraced my steps. I put up the back of that pickup truck and I retraced it because I remembered seeing it right as I was passing this gas station on the corner. And I started looking. All over the place. I look at the side of the road. I start seeing if there's any place, but that bag probably rolled over to the side. Someone jumped out, grabbed it, and ran off with it. I lost my entire DJ library. So after that, when I started piecing it back together, I said, well, luckily, a lot of the music I now own, the rest of it I'm going to have to start just buying and picking it up. Originally, I was like, you know what? The DJ business is over because I lost all my music. But luckily, I got to the point where I was starting to buy MP3s and CD compilations and stuff for some like older timeless music that you use at weddings and stuff like that. So basically, all the library I have right now is the few digital things that I had backed up. I started to do some of the CD compilations and stuff like that I had that were bought, CD compilations and stuff like that. But I ended up losing my entire library, and basically from that point, I said, you know what, legit from here on out, and I didn't pirate any more music after that. But that was way back, like 20, however many years ago, and I lost all that music anyway. So I think that was probably influence, or I don't want to say influence. That was karma, probably most likely. And so I've been legit. After deciding I was going to rebuild back the library, I said, okay, I'm going to do things legit, buy things and whatever else. So my DJ library now, which is not by any means kept up to date, is purchased music, which, woohoo, let's do things legit as you're now an adult. But anyway, so that's the God's honest truth of that. So anyway, Sound Speeds is the drone that you're looking for. Okay, let's play catch up here, and then I'll get into my other announcements here. I have a vintage lav mic, Sony ECM 53P, which has built-in phantom power. which has built-in fan. Oh! I know what you're talking about. It has a little thing at the bottom, and it takes a battery, right? I think you just unscrew it at the bottom. You stick a battery in there. I think what that is built-in electric power. It's not phantom power because that's not necessary for a loft. I've seen those. If it's what I'm thinking it is, it takes like one, maybe two. I think it's one AA battery, and you stick it in there and screw the thing on there, and there you go. So now I think it's self-powering the loft, and then you plug it in something you can use the preamps, and you don't need to worry about phantom power or something like that. I think that's what you're talking about. Drone course, yeah, buddy, is the drone you're looking for. There are two drones that I'm thinking about as of now. The one that I think I would need to have for the channel, I originally thought about getting one of the DJI Mavic 2S, but then but then by the time I go through the whole drone pilot course, I don't think that's going to necessarily be what I would need it for, because I'm planning on doing tracking shots. I think the Sky Dio 2 is what I would need more, because it's more of a tracking drone. And I think that's the kind of thing that I would actually need, because it's the best at tracking and obstacle avoidance. So I could basically just choose myself and keep an eye on it and do things legit flying wise and stuff like that, but not have to worry about, if I'm trying to concentrate on driving, for example, and doing things on a closed road, obviously doing things legit, not going to go out on the street and start, with a drone. But I would need to probably have something that would track the car if I was going to be in a remote area or on a private property, with permission, obviously. Again, do things legit. But or if I needed to have it track me if I'm going to be running around with a boom, have it track the microphone, for example, on the end. I think that something that was good at obstacle avoidance is going to be best for me. And then if I want to actually free fly the thing, get something like the Pro 2S, or probably the 3, maybe even the 4 by the time I get to this thing. Because I'm the kind of person that will buy something impulsively and then forget about it. I bought Kevin Basic Filmmaker's YouTube course. It's an awesome course. I looked it over and said, oh yeah, I'm going to buy this and see what I can learn. And then Kevin was later like, well, you're already very much ahead of the game because you're not starting off a channel and doing this from the get-go. And then I said, well, cool. So that just means that I'll have more information there. And I started to look at it. But I still have not watched one of the videos. And then I feel terrible about that. But then I went and bought another one of his courses. And I don't even remember what that course was. But I know Kevin does great work. And I know that it was something that I looked at it and said, oh yeah, that'd be a good course to buy. It would be worthwhile for me to watch him. I'm sure I'd get a lot of information out of him. I'm just such an idiot. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. That's the plain, simple way to do it. I'm all gung-ho about the pilot course, but who knows what's going to happen. It could be that I start another show, I totally forget everything in the world I'm doing with my personal life and whatever else, but we'll see. We'll see. So let me get into the other announcements that I have now that we're 3+ hours into this stream. When I first started this channel, I was doing a video every 3 days. No, I'm not going to be doing that for another 100 videos. But what I am going to be doing is, because we are coming up, I started this channel, and then I wanted the artwork to be right. I wanted my formula to be right. I wanted everything the way that I wanted it to be. So I started getting everything ready, and then I decided to shoot 3 episodes. I used to shoot my episodes for the entire week on Saturday night. I would edit the first video on Sunday, and then I would release it like on Monday. And then I would, because I was usually tired at that point, I would sleep the first day after my video. So like if today was a release date, tonight I would sleep. Tomorrow I would edit the next video or shoot the next video if I needed to. And then I would make sure it was done and edited and ready, so that way I could upload it and get it all ready, release it. That night I would sleep. So I would sleep and play catch up. And then I would edit or shoot a video and then edit the next night for 2 days in a row. If it was a longer video like my history of MOS, I would shoot that and edit over, and I would do other videos until it was ready. And I would just nonstop edit every single time I could. I'd make myself brain dead, tired, and then I would finally upload the thing and release it. But that was one of the things that that I did when I first started the channel. I was releasing a video every 3 days, and I did that for 100 episodes. The original reason I started this channel was because I wanted it to aid my real life teaching. I wanted to be able to, sometimes doing a video is quick, streamlined, easy way to answer a question. And I kept getting asked the same questions over and over again. So a lot of my first 100 videos were answers to questions that I got constantly. So I was like, I'm going to just go ahead and do it and get that video up there. So that way I can say, you know what? Watch this video instead of me answering it yet again. So that's one of the things I did. The channel started growing and we started to take off. And then I was like, you know what? This is kind of a cool supplement to my teaching. I really like doing this. I was embraced by the podcasting community who really liked the professional edge. And then I started to get picked up and more people started to appreciate the videos, professionals, peers, that kind of thing. And then the channel slowly started to take off. Then the vendors started to, the professional sound vendors started to really appreciate what I was doing. And so I started doing more and more. And now it's gotten to a point where it's now my brand. And I have bigger plans to do with it eventually. But where I'm going with all this right now is that my first video or 2 videos were released on, I think, June 26th. So leading up to June 26th, the last 4 videos I do leading up to June 26th are going to be released every 3 days. So I'm going to release 3 videos over the 12 days leading up to this, leading up to the day that I released my first video. So I'm going to do that. I have in front of me right now, I'm not going to go through it, a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 videos that are going to be my next 12 videos. And 4 of those are going to be done 3 days apart leading up to the 26th. The reason why 4? Because I have 4 years on YouTube. So I'm going to try, if I can, to every year, and this is going to be something, we'll see if I'm going to be able to stick this thing out, but next year for 5, I'm going to try to do 5 videos every 3 days leading up to the new thing. So that's something I'm going to try to do. We'll see if it goes out the window or not. We'll see. But anyway, that's what my goal is to do. And so I already talked about the giving tab and how that's going to help as we move forward with live streams for charity. I can pick a charity and YouTube will pay their 30% of, and anyone who does a donation, all of the 100% of it will go straight to the charity. Talked about the DJI Pocket 2. Talked about the E100 Equitech CAD mic that is starting to crap out. Here is something else. I realize there's a lot of videos I have now that boom operators would appreciate. There's a lot of videos I have right now that sound utilities would appreciate. I'm going to create 2 playlists, one for boom operators, one for sound utilities. And anytime I release a new video that would be a skill set for either one of those 2 jobs, I'm going to start throwing it into that boom operator or sound utility playlist. So that way, if someone does say, well, do you have training for boom operators? Well, sure, I have the 3BO series, but that's about it. But if you want to learn how to, the trick that I use for dodging direct sunlight shadows and stuff like that, one of my first videos is about that, but yet it only has a couple, how many views? Let me see that. What's it called? Yeah, here it is. Close but no shadow. And how many total views does that video have? A lot of my early videos only have like 200 or 300 views. So since upload, lifetime. Okay, so this one has 628 views. It's 2 minutes and 23 seconds long. Or 2 minutes and 32 seconds long. Not very long. But I got 9 views in the last 28 days on that. How much has this video total made me since its lifetime release? 50 cents. Woohoo! Awesome. Anyway, So that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to use videos like that in this playlist. So that way, if a boom operator says, well, do you have videos that are for a boom operator? Yes, it's all in that playlist. So I'm going to do that. And then we'll see if I can do the same thing for utilities. And I think that would be kind of cool. Now, last announcement. July 5th is the observed day of the 4th of July here in America. So what I had planned to do is I want to do a live stream. And I have talked about doing this since the middle of the pandemic shutdown last year. And that is a live stream where I test the EIN of certain gear live. I'm going to definitely do the Rodecaster Pro, the Deity HDTX. Those are 2 recorders. But then, just for the fun of it, I'm also going to do 2 analog pieces of gear, the DBX286S and the Sound Devices MM1. Now, how can you do analog audio gear and test the EIN? Very simple. You would use it in a digital capacity by the time it comes in on your computer, don't you? You would need the quality of your preamps going out of something like the DBX286S into the Sound Devices Mix Pre 6, which is extremely clean. I can very easily record that on the Mix Pre 6, and that will be something that would be awesome, because I can easily do that on the Mix Pre 6, and it will exceed the noise floor performance of anything I plug up to it. So for like the DBX286S, if I want to test the noise floor of the preamps there, I can go line out of the DBX286S into the Sound Devices Mix Pre 6 and calibrate the line level out, so that way I know exactly where it's going to be, and then follow my EIN, how to measure EIN video to the T. And so that way I can see what the noise floor performance in real world recording digitally would be on that. Now, I am open to people on this live stream to tell me if there's any other piece of gear that I own that you would like to see me do the noise floor performance of. Now, here's the kicker. I am looking at charging for this because I'm thinking about doing it. I'm thinking about that, or I'm thinking about doing it as I was thinking about doing it as a members only thing. But then I was thinking that it also would be fun to interact with the rest of people. So, I mean, I could do it as a live stream for a certain price and then keep it after the fact as an archive just for the members only. So people would be participating in this thing live, but then people who missed it and bought it, like they did with my sound utility class, they'd want to see it later too. So it's like, I'm still trying to figure out what to do and how to do it, but I'm thinking about doing something along the lines, because it would be a lot of here and then there and then here and on the computer and doing a whole bunch of testing. And it would be very difficult for me to do all of this I may have to pre-record some segments and then simply talk through them, for example. And that may be something I use this little bad boy here for. Record the segments and then just talk through it live. I don't know. I have to figure it out. But my point here is I want it to be interactive. I want it to be live. I want it to be a live stream. And I'm looking to make, a little bit of money off of it. And the reason why is because I like the idea of doing donations and stuff like that throughout the year. There's a couple of charities that I like. There's a couple of projects that I have in the works that I was thinking about, that in addition to the other, the rentals I have in the real world, in addition to the membership here at Patreon, that kind of thing. It would be kind of cool to do as an extra thing because it is pretty in-depth. And so if people wanted to see the live stream EIN testing and wanted to see that live, I was thinking about charging for that. Not much, just as a thought. But anyway, let's see. And when the channel is 100 years old, we will do 100 videos a week. That's not 100 videos a week. That would have been one video every 3 days. That would be 100. We would be back to 100. I won't live that long, though. I don't think I'll live until I'm 130 something. I doubt I'll be doing YouTube when I'm 130 something, if I'm still alive. I'll probably be taking ZipFizz in through a straw. Okay, you want to see me do a ZipFizz? Okay, here's my straw. And have no teeth. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Be like, pixie stick type straw at the time. Who knows? For your help, hope you keep things paced out. Close but no shadow seems a bit dodgy. Not really. It's actually a technique I use a lot. It's cool. It's a cool technique. Close but no shadow sounds like a horror story. What audio interface are you using? The Sound Devices Mix Pre 6. I love it. I love the Sound Devices Mix Pre 6. It is a wonderful thing, in my book. It's a wonderful recorder. I use it. I'll go out and anytime I do any kind of a noise floor type thing, or I do something I need very good quality, high quality preamps and stuff like that in, I will straight up bring that thing out because it is wonderful. I love the Sound Devices Mix Pre series. Sound Devices did us a big justice when they released the Sound Devices Mix Pre series. The Cashmere preamps are very low noise, very, very clean. They sound so good. They're very transparent. They're amazing. And I love the analog limiters. The whole machine is just wonderful in every single way. For the price point, what is it? $850, $900, something like that. It's amazing. I mean, but I tell you, that's a version 1. My Mix Pre 6 right there is a version 1 because I don't need 32-bit floating point. Now, it would be cool to have the noise assist. It'd be cool to have the, the mix, the other things. It would be cool to have. But I don't need to, I don't need any of that stuff. I do all that stuff in post. So what about the Yamaha MG10XU? I know nothing about it. Sorry, I don't know anything about a lot of the questions. Here's the thing. I'll be completely honest with you here. I can talk professional audio with you all the time, especially if it has to do with film industry. So Yamaha, that's a mixer. Okay. $209.99. It's a 10-channel mixer. I don't know. It sells on Guitar Center, it sells on Sweetwater, it sells on Amazon. I don't know the quality of it. It says, is the Yamaha MG 10XU any good? Yamaha MG 10XU is precisely that, making good audio quality, affordable option. It's lightweight with sensible. You don't need me to read you what Google says. But my only point here is I can talk professional audio with you. And if you asked a question right now, I could get down and dirty and just off the top of my head start spilling out audio stuff to you. But when it comes down to consumer audio, I have a Behringer mixer. Okay. I don't know. Sorry, Yamaha, same way. If you talk to me even about another mixer, I wouldn't know. If you ask me about a Sonosax mixer, I can tell you about those. But then I don't think you want to, talk about a $16,000 mixer because you're not going to want one of those. Now, I'm not a mixer, so I don't use those, but I certainly can tell you that they're very, very clean and they're, I can tell you what you probably would need to know about it, but if you were a professional sound mixer, I couldn't tell you enough about them because I don't use them. And that's basically the way that I work. I can talk to you about professional audio. I can talk to you about that kind of thing. If you ask me a question about consumer stuff, there's more often tthan not, I will message Bandrew and I'll say, what's your thoughts on these? Because if it's a consumer audio thing, I won't know. And he'll say, oh yeah, I did a video about it. And so I'll turn around and say, hey, watch Bandrew's video, because that's what I will do. I can't answer consumer audio questions unless it's somehow tied to professional audio. Or if it's something I've worked with or use. Like I have used the SE Electronics V7X. I know that microphone. I own a Rode NT1 and an NT1A. I can tell you about those. I can tell you about the NTG5. I can tell you about the DD, pretty much entire DD product line, with exception of the USB microphone that he pushed out of frame when I said, hey, what's that microphone, when he was in the Kevin Basic Filmmaker live, unhacked live stream that he did. I said, hey, what's that microphone? And he pushed it out of the frame. And I don't know what it was, but it looked like a USB microphone. I don't know anything about that. I do know about some of the other things that D&D has in the works, but I don't know them all. He doesn't confide in everybody about everything, but I do know some of the stuff. What about the Kawasaki XZ14R? Ooh, Kawasaki. What is that, a motorcycle? I'm going to have to look that up. I'm seriously, I don't even know. I'm going to Google right now. It's probably a motorcycle, isn't it? Yeah, it's a motorcycle. Ninja XZ14. So yeah, awesome. Of course, there comes out the troll, American Liberty trolling like a boss. Sorry, interface. Oops. The Kawasaki looks very fast. How's that? American Liberty. Yeah, Larko. I'll take another ZipFizz now if you want to buy me a Kawasaki ZX14R. Sugar daddy there, Larko. Scarlet 2i2. I mean, it's supposed to be good. A lot of people use it. I don't know. It has very low noise preamps. What about the blue bottle condenser microphone with a hefty price? Never used it. I would assume that if it's that's what, the $1,500 microphone, something like that. Might even be more than that. I don't know. Let me see. Blue bottle. Oh, $4,000. It's not the baby bottle, but you're talking about the blue bottle, the $4,000 microphone. Hey, it's a good microphone. I don't know. I don't know anything about it, but what I would say is that if you're going to buy a $4,000 blue microphone, cool. More power to you, man. You go for it if you like the idea of that microphone. I would tell you that depending on your use case, unless you have heard that microphone and like the way it sounds for a particular reason, there's no harm in that at all. Depending on your use case, if you're just starting out a recording studio and you have $4,000 and you're thinking about spending on that microphone, you know nothing about it, perhaps a Neumann U87 would be better for you to purchase if you have a limited budget, simply because it is something that will probably, if somebody is going into your recording studio, that's something that is a name of a microphone that people would recognize. And if you say you have that, that could get you a job. That's the only thing I'll say is reputations do matter. Just like if you say you're a sound mixer and I don't have a 416. Most sound mixers I know, they have a 416, even if they don't use it. It used to be over a decade ago that if you did E&G work as a bag mixer, there were people that would say to you, do you have a sound device at 788T? They would, and do you have a 416? And producers would know those model numbers, and they would say, do you have a Sennheiser 416, and do you have a sound devices 788T? And they knew those brands, and if you had those, they would say, all right, cool, I'm going to hire you. That's all they knew. It's because they knew what they could ask for that would get them someone that at least had most likely the gear they were looking for. Because it used to be people would take like a Sound Devices 442 or a Sound Devices 552, which just went 2 channels out. You'd have to pan all your lavs to one side, your left or your right, pan your boom to the other side, and then you would output it out, and you'd go tethered directly into a camera. And you'd have to mix those things live, or you'd have to just push them all up and rely on and hope and pray that your lavs one of them didn't sound scratchy or something like that. Or if you weren't using a boom, you'd have to pick 2 people and you'd have to pan those 2 lavs left and the other 2 pans right, and you'd have to output those 2 because you didn't have ISOs. And then when the mixers, when the producers started to realize that there were designated recorders that could fit into a bag, do you have a Sound Devices 788T? All right, great, let's get that. And I want everything ISO'd. Okay. Tethering to the camera became a thing of the past, and you would usually have a hop mounted camera where you would hop out of a bag through some sort of a transmitter, hop into a receiver like a Comtech or a R1A Electrosonics, or a couple of popular options, but you would hop to the camera and you would record the audio on the camera. That would be a scratch track, which is just basically a reference track that you would have, so that way the recorded video has audio with it. That's it. That's really all. So not really anything, not really any other kind of reason. Now, you asked about something I do know about. I like the Shure SM7B. We'll definitely consider purchasing it. Oh yes, I love the SM7B too. I've used it on quite a few of my videos. As a matter of fact, if you do a search, I think the Sound Speeds podcast, not the Sound Support podcast, the Sound Speeds podcast. It's a totally different channel. If you watch those videos, you'll realize that very quickly I take the windscreen straight off of the SM7B and I start talking directly into the end of that thing. Not like down the barrel and close of the thing like crazy, but right there, I would start talking into it slightly off axis. Breath goes right past it using the video, the technique I talk about in my video about finding your perfect voiceover microphone technique. I started doing that podcast with an SM7B without the windscreen. I love the SM7B. It's a very dark microphone. I love the sound of it. It sounds great. An audio interface for the SM7B. Thank you for watching, Muhammad. It sounds like you're heading out. Thank you for your knowledge and experience. Be happy and healthy. I will. Thank you so much. SSL2 Plus. Now, that is something I do know. The SSL2 Plus is a very clean, very good quality interface. Now, I do know that one. I've seen quite a few videos about it, enough to say thumbs up. Definitely get that one because it's one of the big ones that I like. I like interfaces with a lot of gain. The Sound Devices Mix Pre 6 has 76 decibels of gain per channel, and you can output out another 10 or 20 dB, I believe. No, it's 10 dB, and then if you do the preamp on the individual channel, you can boost it up an additional like 10 plus, I believe. Let me see. Oh no, it's 20. So if I were to go on my preamp, 76 decibels right there. I'm not going to do it on this live stream, but I've done it in my Discord. It's hilarious. But I could take a dynamic microphone like the SM7B, gain it up 59 decibels, which equals the sensitivity, continue to gain the thing up to 76 to the point where my breathing sounds loud. And then I could boost up the channel on the pot another 20 dB and then boost the output of the Mix Pre 6 another 10 dB. I mean, if I go out of it, if not, that I'd have 96 decibels per channel right there by ISOing the channel. But I tell you, I could have almost 100 decibels of gain right there on the one channel just by potting the thing all the way up plus 20 dB and boosting the crap out of the gain. And that thing would be very sensitive. It would be so sensitive that even if this room were dead quiet, I could be at the other side of the room. Oh, actually, I have done that before. I've turned everything up before, and then it is so sensitive that the noise floor of the room is peaking my meters. I've done that before. Now that I think about that, I did that in Discord one night. It was hilarious. So yeah, there's that. But the SSL2 Plus, I like interfaces that offer more than 60 dB of gain. That's one of the reasons why I love the Mix Pre 6. And the SSL2 Plus has that as well. I think it's 72, 74, something like that. It is quite a bit. So even if you don't ever use it, I personally like it. I like being able to do that. So famed Audient Evo 4, if you need a budget, SSL2 Plus, if you can afford it, yes. American Liberty is right on those. I've heard the Evo 4 is a very cost-efficient, economical, and very good. SSL2 Plus, and then the, what is the other one? SSL2, SL2 Plus. I can't remember the name of the other one. Home interface for the SM7B without the need of a cloud lift or FET head. Yeah, that right there. Here's the thing. I did a video about the clean about what is it called? Clean preamps. Do you need a cloud lifter Fedhead SE Electronics Dynamite? And I did that video. Let me respond to Andrew Jones. Yeah. The deity didn't engage in the TX. So that was the camera. That was the camera mic. 12 seconds in, I look at it and it goes on axis. Okay, so I've at least addressed Andrew. He's concerned because he's the deity guru, and I should just, you know what? I should just go ahead and pull that video right now. I'm gonna go and change that because it is. There's no reason for that thing to be live anymore because we realize that it is no longer a necessary thing. So the audio is bad. And I will change that now to unlisted videos. Okay. But what was I saying? Here we are. Okay. I'm clicking around, getting back there. But yeah, personally, I have that video about the preamps, and if you listen to the video, you'll see how the Cloud Lifter, the SE Electronics DM1 Dynamite, and the Cloud Lifter CL1, the Triton Audio Fedhead, you'll see all three of those. And what you might not have considered is that if you use them for the gain, you're actually changing your preamps. So if you have a very clean preamp, like on the Sound Devices Mix Pre 6, don't use it. Don't use one because you're changing your preamps. You're actually making them dirtier. What those devices are good for is if you have a very cheap interface and you need more clean gain. But even then, even some of the discount interfaces like the Behringer, which are what, $70, $80, something like that. They used to be cheaper. They used to be what, $35, $40, something like that. But they've now come up in price. But even those use the same exact. Julian Krause has talked about them, and they even have the same preamp circuit that that's found on the Focusrite. So it's very, very clean, and surprisingly so. So I think it only has like 55, 60 decibels of gain or something like that. But I personally like the idea of having more gain than that in case you do want to get off the microphone. I like to be farther off the microphone and still have my voice pick up just fine. So like right now I am, a good full, 15, 18 inches off of that microphone. I'm far away, but it's picking my voice up just fine. Part of that's because of the compression. So there you go. But I got to get some sleep. Oh, Travis Patterson was here. I just wanted to jump in and say hello. Congrats on 4 years on YouTube, and thanks for all the lessons, conversations. But yeah, okay, Travis was here. I didn't even realize it's because I'm blabbing away and not even paying attention. Yeah, I saw that one. So, Audient ID 414 Mark II. Apollo Twin, yes, I know that one too. If you were an Apple guy and looking for an interface with the bells and whistle ecosystem, yeah, you're far away from the microphone and there's no noise. Yeah, that's because I'm going into the DBX 286S. Earlier in the stream, what I did is I disabled it. Now check this out. I'm going to disable it again, and I'm going to have to compensate with the gain because right now, if I back off on this thing, I'm using a lot of compression. DBX 286S works great in a live stream environment. So check this out. I'm going to disable, I'm going to bypass, and then I'm going to gain the thing back up. And you're going to hear the background noise. You'll hear the air conditioner that's on. You're probably not going to hear the ceiling fan. That one's quiet, but listen. So this is me if I'm talking, and this is me if I bypass everything. Compressor's not on, noise gate's not on, nothing is on right now. That's why. You hear me even moving around? You hear my head shifting around? There you go. This is the way it sounds without... Doesn't the Go XLR have 72 decibels of gain? The Go XLR? I don't know. Isn't the Go XLR like a little... kind of like an adapter? Okay, so now I enabled it again. I disabled the process bypass, and now we're back onto the regular processing. But here's what happens. The DBX286S, if you use a noise gate, which I do, it first of all eliminates the noise floor. And then I have the compressor engaged, so that way it's compressing my voice. So if I back off on the microphone, kind of like what they do on radio, they compress the crap out of a voice, and they usually put limiters and on it, as well as a hard limiter, like a brick wall limiter, so that way it doesn't go out over the air distorted. But it does definitely compress my audio. I'm looking at the thing light up right now. And so my gain, my input gain is set to 30 dB, which I can't remember what the sensitivity of this microphone is. It's in my review. And at least it's on the screen. And then I'm using the compressor to compress the crap out of it and bring up that level. And so that way there is no noise floor, and then it brings my level up, so that way it's basically peaking at a certain level. Go XLR, I'm going to have to look at that. Zoom PodTrack P4 has 70 dB of gain. Cool. Go XLR. Let me look up the Go XLR. I don't remember that one. Yeah. Okay. TC Helicon Go XLR. 4-channel USB string, $500. Yeah. I know nothing about it. But at a price point of $400, I would hope it would actually be pretty good. Is that an interface? Vocal effects processor. I don't know. Getting out of my area of expertise, man. Like I said, I could talk to you all day long about sound. If it's pro, if it's boom operating, sound utility, my world, I can talk about that stuff. I cannot discuss consumer audio other than just the processes and the principles and stuff that would help normal people in their consumer world. Cool. So Ping Pong is here. It says it did a search. It does have 72. Wait a minute. Ping Pong, I don't remember you being a member. Oh, it's because you're a okay. I was like looking at it, I saw the wrench after, and I was suddenly thinking, wait a minute, I remember you being a member to the channel, but you're not a member to the channel, you just have a wrench over there because you're a moderator here. That's what it is. Obviously the ZipFizz is starting to wear off now. So I'm not firing on all cylinders anymore. Okay, so let's see here. I have gone through all of my notes. Got to figure out what I want to do on the EIN measuring live stream on July 5th. I know I'm going to do the Rodecaster Pro, the DD-HD-TX, the DBX286S, and the sound devices Mix MM1. I will be testing the effective digital noise floor of all of those preamps when they are live in the works. So we will see. All right, I thought it was a mechanic with a wrench. Go XLR is a single microphone streamer powerhouse audio interface. Cool. Go XLR is targeted for streamers as an all-in-one interface and effects processor. Cool. So it's like a single channel version of a Rodecaster Pro, but it has effects and stuff. That's a really bad way of putting it, isn't it? It's totally not what it is. Okay. I'll stop with my analogies. What is this? Oh, look at that. It's another window that I have open. Let me check my email real quick just in case there's other emails that I should look in there. Okay. Alrighty, there's nothing else I need to address here. I have no idea why there was a sound report created for this thing. It's so crazy. Okay. So there you go. Let's see, we're almost 4 hours into this live stream. Thank you, everyone, for joining. There's 12 people still here. 38 likes. That's an awesome amount of likes, especially for this kind of live stream. Oh, man, look at that. 2 new members and $290 in chat revenue. That is absolutely amazing. I highly appreciate all of that. Your support, guys, has been completely amazing. I mean, it's one of those things. I don't do live streams a whole lot anymore. I do miss them. One of the reasons why I haven't been doing them so much lately is because they are very. They usually throw me. Oh, today's Wednesday, isn't it? Today's Thursday now. I'm supposed to release a video in a few hours. Well, I guess it's a good thing that this video will be live. I'll be a little bit late on trying to release a video, but part of the thing I wanted to do is do this live stream because I wanted to test this and see if I could go straight in before I just recorded. I was planning on trying to record something today and then get it up for tomorrow, but I ended up the thing didn't charge correctly because I was trying to figure out. You'll appreciate this. I'm gonna tell. This is I was like talking to Andre, worth it or not, and told him with this camera, I was about to throw this thing at the wall because give me sound. I can talk sound, but this right here, this thing's looking at me. Okay, it says handle connected, and it's lax. Well, I'm gonna say lock onto me. Okay, so now it's tilt locked, so it's not gonna go up and down. All right, FPV. I'm gonna say track my face. So face track is now on. So if I go like this, it's going to follow me. Okay, cool. What I made the mistake of earlier is I was like, why I want the thing to face that way. What is going on? Face the other way. And I would turn it and it would constantly stay on me like it's doing right now. I'm like, go the other way. I'm like, okay. So I would do this. I would say turn away and look away. And then it's locking in this position because it can't gibble all the way around. I'm like, face that way, right there. Don't come back. No. That way. And it kept coming back and it kept coming back. And so I was like, I'm about to throw this thing at the wall. And Andre was like, well, you have to press the button 3 times and then it will 1, 2, 3. Now suddenly this thing is facing the other way. 1, 2, 3. Now it's back in selfie mode. So this is why you need friends that actually know cameras. I used to be a camera guy. But that was back in the analog camera world. So I used to use and when we did corporate events, I would sometimes use a, UVW100 Beta Cam SP camera, or Beta SP camera. There was also the, DXC. It's another Beta SP. There's also a UVW. There was a DCX and a BVP or something like that. There were 3 different series. It was like the UVW100, which was like the bare bones basic Beta SP, and then I would sometimes use DXC, DCX, something like that, which is the mid price, and the big ones, the big honkin' whatever ones that was used for music videos and stuff. If they didn't use film, was like the BVP or something like that. Big, heavy monster thing. It was tall, big beast. That was another camera. I would also use the GYX2B, which is a 3-chip camera, SVHS. I would sometimes use the AAG 456 MP, which is a 1-chip SVHS camera. Different things like that. But that was back in the old analog days of camera. And I could have gone into camera or into sound, but I was called first by a sound mixer looking for a boom operator. But I could have ended up joining either union. 600, which means that I would be doing, I might be doing a channel called Marker or something, because, you yield sound speeds when the sound mixer is recording, he slates it or she slates it, and then the boom operator says sound speeds or speed or whatever they do, and then they come by with the sticks, marker, boom, and that's something that, I could be doing a camera channel and talk about all the tricks about camera stuff. And the channel would probably be a lot bigger than it is now, because audio for film is a very niche market, especially when I don't cater really to consumer audio. If I did like consumer microphones, consumer interfaces, I could have a much bigger channel. But me, I don't play the algorithm. I don't play a lot of things the way YouTube would want me to in order to grow correctly. I don't just do those. I just like to do what I like to do, and I like to talk about what I like to talk about and do things my own way, which means the channel's never going to be big. I'm never going to have a silver play button. I know that. I'm never going to be that big. The channel, whenever I go to Social Blade, it's hilarious because it says, I predict that as of this date, you're going to have 10,000 subscribers. And then it was like, it said something like, I think at one point I looked at it, I screen captured, it said something like in 42 days, I was going to have 7,500 subscribers. I had just hit 5,000. It said, or maybe it was 6,000. It said in 42 days, I'm supposed to hit 7,500 subscribers. And in like 200 and some odd days, I'll hit 10,000. Well, when I hit 7,500, I looked at it and I was only like 2 weeks away from the goal that said that I should have hit 10,000. I was like, yeah, my growth is like so much slower than it predicts. It was hilarious. Okay, let me see what the PXW-FS5 is, which you say is a great camera. I was talking like Beta SP, old Beta SP cameras. Oh. Super 35 camera. Okay, XD cam. What is this? $39.99 Walmart direct buy and save. I got to click that link. Wow, a 4K. That is funny. A 4K camera of this XD cam. I'm not familiar with it, but I think it's hilarious that Walmart has it. Focus camera has it for $42.48, probably a different configuration. 4K for less. $6,369. So basically, it's like over 50% more. SE Photo Video has it for the same price. It's 4K for less, but it's still priced like 50% plus more than Walmart. Newegg has it for $690 more than Walmart. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if Walmart's just not pricing it right. Yeah, it looks like the same exact camera. That's weird. Okay, well, let's not talk cameras. Let us talk sound. Sound or bust. Okay, so be a grower, not a shower. You can get bigger. You just need more ZipFizz. No more ZipFizz. No more ZipFizz. Oh, someone is commenting. Who was that? Ping Pong commented? What were you commenting on? This comment is no longer available. Cutting edge technology. Yeah. Okay. Sure SM7B and go. I noticed the preamp. Okay, whatever. I'll respond to those comments later. Oh man. Big day. Big day. I am intentionally taking this week off. I finished Black Lightning on a Tuesday. I loaded out on Wednesday. And when we finished, we had a 14-hour day. Now, the way that these shows work is they say, take your turnarounds. Well, if you wrap out at like 5 a.m. or whatever else and you take your turnaround, that would be a 10-hour turnaround. You coming in to do a 10-hour wrap out starting at 3 p.m. No one wants to do that. So when we wrapped at like 5 a.m. or 4:30 or 5 a.m., whatever it was, we went home, slept for like 3 or 4 hours, got up, and started our wrap out. And we are going to put on our time sheets that we took our turnarounds, because that is the legit way to do it. If you want to work, if you want to work in the daylight or in the rain is what it was doing for some of the day, because you want to wrap out in the daylight when it's appropriate to work on the set and not drive transpo crazy by being there until 3 a.m. wrapping out, then you're going to do it during the day on low sleep. But production's not going to pay you for that. If you want to agree to do, to forfeit your turnaround in order to wrap out at a decent time, you're allowed to do that. but production's not going to pay you for it. So what you have to do is figure that thing out. We ended up doing the wrap out. And sure, I mean, it's a 10-hour day. There's a lot of stuff that goes into a wrap out, and not all of it's done at the show. Some of it's done media wise. Some of it is done, like I have to go home and I have to clean a lot of stuff. So I will wrap out of the trailer, and then I'll go home and I'll do laundry. If I had to, foul weather gear, I'll have to make sure that there's no, if I have like a rain gear or something like that, or I have boots that need to be cleaned, I'll clean those. If I have to make sure there's no mildew or something like that on my rain protection, then I'll do all of that. Make sure that all of that's taken care of. If I have to clean a boom, I'll clean a boom. I'll grease it. I'll do whatever I need to. That's all part of the wrap out procedure. Well, we wrapped out on that Wednesday. The next day I was testing for Cobra Kai. I worked Cobra Kai that Friday and Saturday. Went in on the following Monday for Cobra Kai. On Tuesday, I was on Raising Dion with Michael Wynn. I actually went and finished. It was a show that I was supposed to be on Thursday. And I went in for testing on Tuesday as soon as we finished. But the sound mixer on that show was so scatterbrained and he drove me nuts because I left Screen Gems, and he said, our stages are near True Audio. So I fought through rush hour traffic, got there, went to the stages, only to find out their COVID testing was closed. So I said, where do I need to go then? And he was like, I'm afraid that would happen. So come to our location. Okay, where's your location? It was like 2 miles down the road from Screen Gems. I'm like, I just left there. I had texted him and said I was at Screen Gems. He could have easily said, just come down the road. I'm right here. But he wasn't paying attention. And he told me, go to True Audio. That's where our production office is. So I fought back through rush hour traffic, went there, got tested, and then drove back through rush hour traffic to go home. Fought rush hour traffic 3 different times in that day. I was on the road for like 3 hours. Anyway, then the following day I was on a different show. That sound mixer ended up needing me for an extended period of time. So I was there for 3.5 weeks. It ended up being that I did not get paid for the COVID testing because I did not start paperwork for the show that I did not work for. Even though I fought and did all the rush hour traffic and stuff like that, I wasn't going to just start paperwork to get $250 and then not do the show. Even though the UPM technically said, I would rather not have a boom operator step up to be mixer to fill in for that mixer for a day, which is what I was going to be doing, is filling it. I was going to be covering the boom operator so he could step up to mix for the last day of the show. Instead, the sound mixer replaced himself, and the boom operators and the utilities stayed where they were. So I was not going to end up working after all, but that's fine. I ended up going to another show that worked for me for 3.5 weeks. And I load in for another show this upcoming Friday, and I start an 8-week-long feature that starts on Monday. I do need to take a break. So this week, I had court earlier today, as you know. I have like a dentist appointment. Well, technically today now. But I have various different things that I need to accomplish this week. I have car work that needs to be done, as you guys know. You asked what car work do I need to have done? Well, I bought my car new in 2018, and it needs new tires. I also I have code A12 is coming up on the code. Sorry, I heard something. Code A12 is coming up on the display of the car. So I need to fix whatever that is. It's probably just like alignment and oil change or whatever else. But anyway, I need to go in and get that done, and I need new tires. So I'm going to get tires, probably a rotation, and that kind of thing done. So it's probably not going to be a whole lot of money. But the tires, I believe, are going to be like $400 and some odd plus putting them on, and then I got to do the oil change and everything. So it's going to be, $600-700. So that's why I was saying if Uncle Larko wanted to have me really doing a third ZipFizz, which was going to just completely, mess me up. But I was like, you know what? You want to pay for my car work? That would be worth it. And that was obviously, Obviously, I'm not expecting that. That's greedy as crap. But anyway, it was fun. It was funny to say. So the car work is going to be doing great this week. I'm going to get that done. I also I went to a podiatrist yesterday because I have my foot's starting to bother me. What I came to learn is that I have two different, here's the fun thing. I have two different things, and I'm not going to get into it on the stream, but in order to fix one, I have to do something and position the foot a certain way that makes the other one get slightly worse because I'm putting pressure on the other thing. So I have to pick which one I want the doctor to fix and what I want to do. So I'm going to basically hopefully fix one thing and the other one won't get bad enough to the point where it's completely unbearable, and that will heal up first, then I can fix the other one. So that's what I have to do, which is great fun, having to deal with this. So I bought some stuff. It's going to be arriving tomorrow, foot socks, tubes, whatever they're called, and other things. I'm already using foot insole, which I need to buy new inserts actually. But the inserts, I don't know if you noticed, if you use inserts, if you buy some of the more premium ones, their price has gone up almost 50% since the start of the shutdown, since the pandemic last year. I don't know why, but they are certainly going up in price. So I have that. I have a whole list of things that I need to accomplish before I start this movie, and I just need to get through that list. Anyway, we are now 4 hours and 10 minutes into this stream. At this point, I've run out of everything I had to say. And tomorrow, I will look at doing, since the live stream will be live tomorrow, I'm going to shoot the video that I want to shoot tomorrow. And I will probably have it edited and up online by the weekend, maybe? There is a list of videos right here in front of me that I want to shoot and get done. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. There's some fun ones coming up. Anyway. You think you're good at saving your money. Yeah, you're definitely, you don't want to do the car work thing. Like I said, it's funny and stuff to talk about, but no, we're not going to do that. American Liberty, Larco, everyone else who donated, thank you very much for your generosity. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me for hours and hours here yet again. Craziness. This will be up so you can watch it to your heart's content tomorrow, or the next day, or and whatever. I've already privated, or rather unlisted, the test audio video, that this audio test, and I will probably be doing another. I'm gonna do a couple of other audio tests and see if I can find a good way to use this little remote doodad thingy, because I'll tell you this, as you heard, the audio coming straight out of this thing is not good. Sure, I know it has this big monster windsock looking doodad, and you'll see people do this number online, and they'll talk into it and stuff. I can't do that. I can't use this thing like that. It's ridiculous. I'll use it as a battery pack, and I'll plug in. I'll try a VLAV. Granted, the VLAV is still VLAV. It's like a Connect lav, and it sounds great for what it is, a $50 hardline thing that goes straight to your camera. But I'm going to see if there's a way for me to use the WLAV Pro or something else. I'll see if I can get another lav or something like that to go. Anyway, it's 6 a.m. here. I'm going to get some rest. Good, absolutely. Get some rest, because that's right. You said you were in the UK. Have to watch the rest tomorrow, Famed. That's great. You do have endurance. I do. And part of it is I need to go over there and I have laundry to sort. I have other things I have to do. And yeah, there's some other things I need to accomplish before tomorrow in a few hours. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and call the stream there. Thank you very much for joining me tonight, and to the people that have donated. Someone donate $5,000 and turn this into a 24-hour stream. You know what? If someone donated $5,000, I would stay on because I would feel very obligated at that point. Can I run the DBX into the camera? Oh, man. Wouldn't that be great? DBX 286S. Let me see. The battery would have to... I would have to connect up an external power supply. But I would have to go outline level, and because it's a mic level, I'd have to step it down. So I'd have to go into something that would reduce it from line to mic level, well, not a direct box. I'd have to step down transmitter or transformer or something like that. I don't know. I'd have to do something, but I'm sure it's possible if I were that determined. But I'm not. But what I do have is a lot of ideas for some fun videos coming up. There's one that's extremely silly. And actually, you know what? I should add this one other thing. This one other idea I had that was really funny. I'm going to add it onto my list of silly videos. Okay. So that way there's some silly stuff coming up. There's going to be some pretty cool videos coming up. Regardless, it's going to be fun. I appreciate you guys and your support for watching this video to the very, very bitter end. To the people that donated, I think you're absolutely crazy, but I love you. The new members, welcome aboard. I really appreciate you joining. And enjoy the archive of tutorials and fun behind-the-scene videos of me cutting up and just being completely goofy and whatever else. I'm actually tempted to share something cool with the membership. Something that I have coming up in a couple of weeks. Yeah, about a week and a half now. Ooh, that's cool. About a week and a half now. I'll have to get it together, but it's going to be something cool I'll be sharing with the membership. Anyway, though, y'all take care. I'm going to call the stream here. 4 hours and 16 minutes, which is not an overly long stream, so hopefully it will not turn some people away from watching it, but we will see what happens. In the meantime, thank you very much for watching, and y'all take care.